Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Choi, Madam Secretary, Acting Inspector General Florence Yu, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Please let the record reflect Commissioners Suthers, Shields, and Kalancha are present, and we have a quorum. Mr. President?
Thank you. The Police Commission is committed to ensuring equal access to its meetings. It is requested that individuals who require the services of a translator contact the Board Secretary no later than the day preceding the meeting. Whenever possible, a translator will be provided. Sign language interpreters, assistive listening devices, or other auxiliary aids and/or services. Sir, please keep your hand down and out of the view of the camera. Thank you. Sign language interpreters, assistive listening devices, or other auxiliary aids and/or services may be provided upon request. To ensure availability, you are advised to make your request at least 72 hours prior to the meeting you wish to attend. All public comment will be heard during item number 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. The order of speakers will be: a speaker in this room will go first, then we will take a speaker watching today's meeting on Zoom. We will alternate between speakers in the room and Zoom for a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off-topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in a number of ways outlined on the agenda. Message for those attending the meeting in person. These meetings are regular meetings between the board, the department, and key stakeholders. Meetings of the Board of Police Commissioners are open to the public. The state's Ralph M. Brown Act affords the public the opportunity to present at these meetings, hear the presentations, and dialogue in real time, and provide feedback via the public comment period. During these meetings, there's a need for the board to carry out public business expeditiously without delays or disruptions. Members of the audience shall not engage in any conduct which cause an actual disruption of the meeting. Those attending in person are reminded that disruptive behavior will be cause for removal. If you disrupt this meeting, you will be provided with one and only one warning to cease disruptive behavior. If you fail to cease such behavior, you will be removed from the meeting. All attendees must be seated. Failure to follow this rule will result in a warning and/or removal from the meeting. Before I open, I'd like to make known that we're going to pull and hold item 3A on today's agenda. And at this time, we'll move to item number 1, the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Choi.
Good morning. Good morning, President Suthers, Vice President Shields, Commissioner Kalancha, Acting Inspector General Yu, City Attorney De La Guerra, and Executive Director Mr. Subley. So I'd like to start my comments this morning just by congratulating our incoming Chief, Jim McDonald, for being selected by the Mayor as our next Chief of Police. I look forward to working with him as he takes over the reins. I'm confident that his leadership and his vision for the LAPD will move us forward and prepare us for the upcoming major events such as the 26th World Cup and the 2028 Olympics. The transition will take a little bit of time, so I'm not going to say much more, but I felt that I need to acknowledge that and welcome him. And then at my last commission as the sitting chief, I will expand on these comments. But thank you for the time to just mention that. So one major incident that happened last week was an officer-involved shooting in Hollywood. October 3rd, at approximately 1700 hours, officers from Hollywood Patrol Division responded to a radio call reporting a man with a gun near the Department of Parks and Rec Hollywood Pool located at Cole Avenue and Lexington Avenue. Officers made contact with the suspect, later identified as Daryl Morgan, who was walking on the sidewalk adjacent to the pool with an article in his waistband. Officers issued verbal commands to Morgan, which he ignored and fled the area on foot. Officers briefly lost visual of Morgan. However, our airship continued to track Morgan and locate him in the area of Vine Street and La Mirada Avenue. Shortly thereafter, Air 18 broadcast a backup request. Officers responded to the area and attempted to take Morgan into custody as he crossed the street the east side of Vine Street. Morgan was holding an object resembling a small handgun. Morgan appeared to point the object at officers, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Morgan was not struck by gunfire and fled north on Vine Street. He ran approximately 1 block north and was apprehended a short time later in front of 1316 North Vine Street without further incident. No officers or community members were reported injured during this incident. A small gold and dark metallic colored lighter in the design of a Luger pistol was located in front of that area on Vine Street and was collected as evidence. Force Investigation Division investigators responded and are investigating this incident. So year to date for our officer-involved shootings, we've had 23 this year compared to 28 last year, which is a 17.9% decrease. Also, the fatalities as a result of our officer-involved shootings, current year we have 10 compared to last year, same time period, we have 14, which is -4 or a 28.6% decrease. We also had on Saturday, October 5th, around 0200 hours, a street takeover incident. So uniformed patrol officers from Foothill Division responded to a radio call reporting a street takeover at the intersection of Van Nuys Boulevard and Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Upon arrival, officers witnessed multiple vehicles fleeing the scene. 4 vehicles were found crashed, vandalized, and burned. The Los Angeles Fire Department responded, extinguished the fires, and the vehicles were subsequently impounded. Later that morning, about 2 hours later at 4 o'clock in the morning, Foothill officers were dispatched to a second street takeover radio call at Foothill Boulevard and Paxton Street. Similar to the first incident, several vehicles dispersed as officers arrived. 7 vehicles were found crashed, vandalized, and 3 of them were on fire. LAFD responded again and extinguished the fires, and all the vehicles were impounded. So a total of 11 vehicles were vandalized and impounded. 6 of those vehicles were reported as stolen. Unfortunately, no people were injured. No arrests have been made, and no city property was damaged. Valley Traffic Division Street Racing Detail was deployed later that same night during watch 3 hours, and additionally 2 Foothill units were assigned to the Street Racing Task Force alongside that detail to enhance their enforcement to prevent further incidents like this in the Foothill area. And then on Friday, October 4th, at approximately 17:15 hours, a group of 12 suspects, including adults and juveniles, stormed the Westfield Topanga Mall in Canoga Park. They entered the Nordstrom store, causing fear and panic among employees and shoppers. The suspects caused significant damage, knocking over display cases and barriers. They stole merchandise valued at approximately $87,000. The LAPD Organized Retail Crime Task Force responded to the scene and took over the investigation, working closely with Nordstrom's and Chanel Security, as well as LAPD Topanga Division and Mall Security. Detectives identified vehicles used in this crime. By using department resources, officers tracked down one of the vehicles. So around 2140 hours, Southwest LAPD uniform officers located the vehicle and detained 5 suspects, 3 adults and 2 juveniles, pending this robbery investigation. Detectives served multiple search warrants, and after a comprehensive investigation, determined that all 5 of the suspects that were detained were responsible for participating in the flash robbery earlier that evening. All 5 suspects were booked for robbery. And then later that evening, Huntington Beach officers located the second vehicle used in the robbery. Inside, they found handbags believed to have been stolen during the crime, which were later confirmed to be from Nordstrom's. The driver was arrested for felony possession of stolen property. A total of 6 suspects, all residents of Los Angeles, were arrested within hours of this robbery, thanks to coordinated efforts of multiple LAPD divisions and Huntington Beach PD. The investigation is ongoing, and the Organized Retail Crime Task Force will continue to pursue other suspects and gather evidence. This case will be presented to the District Attorney's Organized Crime Unit. The Los Angeles Police Department is committed to holding these people responsible for their crimes. We'll continue to use every resource available to protect our communities and bring justice for those that are affected. And then moving on to our crime numbers. So for the 4-week period, September 1st through September 28th, compared to the 4-week period, August 4th through August 31st, combined persons and property crimes are down 7.9%, or minus 752 crimes. Person crimes are down 1.7%, or minus 37, and property crimes are down 9.7%, or minus 715. And then going into a little more detail for our homicide specifically, compared to 2023, the city has seen a year-to-date decrease of 10.2%, or minus 26 in our homicides. And compared to 2022, the city has seen a decrease of 28.7%, or minus 92 homicides. Gang-related homicides year-to-date are down 35.4% compared to 2023, and they're down 53.4% compared to 2022. Moving on to our victims shot. Citywide, year-to-date, our victims shot are down 148, or minus 15.8% compared to 2023, and down 309 victims shot, or minus 28.2% compared to 2022. For the last 4 weeks ending October 5th, there's been a decrease of 11.8% of victims shot, or minus 8 compared to the prior 4-week period. And looking at our aggravated assaults, for the past 4 weeks ending October 5th, aggravated assaults are are up 0.9%, or plus 12 compared to the prior 4-week period. The increase that's driving this is in 77th area, where they're up plus 18.8%, or plus 25 aggravated assaults. And then moving on to our robberies, for the past 4 weeks ending October 5th, robberies are up 2.9%, or plus 19 compared to the prior 4 weeks ending 9/7/24. Where we're seeing an increase in our robberies for the past 4 weeks is in Southeast Division, significantly up. There's a 57.8% increase in Southeast Division, or plus 26 robberies. There have been 289 strong-arm robberies, or 42.8% of our total robberies for the 4-week period. There's been 150 robberies with a firearm, or 22.2% of total robberies for the 4-week period. And the top premise continues to remain the same as streets, parkways, and sidewalks, where 297 robberies occurred for the 4-week period. And our combined other businesses, restaurants, mini marts, clothing stores, liquor stores, markets, gas stations, small department stores account for 135 robberies for the 4-week period. And then moving on to our burglaries. For the past 4 weeks ending October 5th, burglaries are down 7%, or minus 68 compared to the prior 4-week period ending September 7th. For the last 4 weeks ending October 5th, commercial burglaries are up 4%, or plus 14 compared to the prior 4 weeks. And for the past 4 weeks ending October 5th, residential burglaries, and this is where we're seeing a significant impact, and this is, if you recall, all our resources being deployed into certain areas that are experiencing these residential burglaries. Our residential burglaries are down 13.2%, or minus 82 over the 4-week period. So there's still more work to do, but I'm satisfied that our strategies are being effective. Okay, so moving on to motor vehicle theft. For the past 4 weeks ending October 5th, motor vehicle thefts are down 3.6%, or minus 68 compared to the prior 4-week period. But the types of vehicles that are being stolen are still consistent as our Kias, Chevys, and our Hyundais. And then finally, our personnel strength. Our sworn personnel as of October 7th are at 8780. Our civilian personnel staffing is at 2626, and our reserve officers remain at 378. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Chief. I'll defer to Vice President Shields for any questions or comments on your report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for the report. And it's good to hear that of some of the good police work that resulted in arrests of both the flash mob robberies and the street takeover incidences. Hopefully, people will get the message that there are consequences to these actions, and that they, even though they're in a group, they cannot hide from those consequences. So thank you for that good work, and also the coordinated efforts with other law enforcement agencies. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about, I understand that there have been some protests over the weekend, and there was some vandalism done to LAPD headquarters, and someone, I believe, was arrested in connection with that. Were the protests otherwise peaceful, and any incidences occurring from those protests?
Absolutely. So the most significant protest, if you will, happened at Pershing Square over the weekend. There were three main groups that were advertising on social media about this protest. They all met at Pershing Square and happened to merge into one protest. And shortly thereafter, they decided to came onto the streets, and they started to march on the streets. During that time, it was by and large peaceful, loud but peaceful. There are obviously a couple people that ruined it for everyone, but one person in particular walked onto headquarters property here and vandalized some of the walls, spray paint, and then as they were marching on Broadway, vandalized two other locations. Now, this group at that time was about 800 to 1,000 people. Tactically, it doesn't make any sense to go chasing this person into the crowd. It's unsafe. You need significant resources. So we used a strategy and waited, but we kept eyes on this person. And eventually, when it was safe to do so, it was non-eventful. We walked up to the person and arrested that person, and there are felony charges being filed on this person for felony vandalism. That was really the most significant incident of the weekend for these protests. So I will say, by and large, all these protests have been peaceful and law-abiding.
Thank you. Commissioner Kalanche? No question. Okay, thank you. Chief, just a couple things. You mentioned that gang-related homicides were down more than 30%. Do you attribute that to anything in particular?
Well, I attribute to the good work of the city, and not just the police department, but the enforcement aspect of it, but also working with community organizations, Watts Gang Task Force, the Mayor's Grid Program. There's interventionists. We are attacking this gang issue from a whole of government approach, from services, education, events, summer night lights. All these things are geared, and enforcement are geared to bring gang activity into the fold, to change behavior, hopefully to reduce these crimes. And we've seen it year after year reduce these numbers, and I hope that this will continue.
Well, thank you. I think it would be important to share the comments you just made with regards to the reduction to those groups that you're working with, so they understand that their efforts are certainly paying off.
Absolutely.
Chief, last week we had a presentation on street takeovers and street racing, and you mentioned today that in the last couple we had this past week, more than half those vehicles were stolen. That's not a trend that was mentioned last week in the report. Is that something new that's happening?
I can't say definitively that's something new. This is probably one of the few times where we have 11 vehicles impounded and burned. So we really got to see who the registered owners were, what the status was of these vehicles. And we found out that 6 of the 11 that were impounded were stolen. I don't want to guess, but I would venture to say, I'll say it, that in that group of street takeovers in those vehicles, if we were to run all the vehicles there, I'm sure we'd find at least a handful of stolen vehicles. So I don't want to say it's a new trend. It's something that we've definitively discovered from this last incident.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to public comment. Madam Secretary, please announce the first speaker.
The first speaker is Mr. Herman.
Yeah, listen here. Boy, I see we have some donations going on still. It makes me question whether Miss Shields has those oil refinery donations coming in on her behalf, because I would like to know whether or not she's reporting that and how she's reporting that, because I find that a conflict of interest, because when Steve Soberoff sat up there and he engaged in a criminal enterprise of development with developers in the Brentwood UCLA scandal to take away from veterans, you simplify fucking faggots just sat there and didn't do anything about it. Now, my issue, whether I'm off topic or not, I believe Snyder versus Phelps clearly points that out. Simple by fucking faggots. You're all going to hell. God hates you for these type of criminal enterprise that I know for a fact. I know for a goddamn reason why I make these statements are so true. Because look at the statewide mental assessment response team. Smart. You're not fucking smart. If you were fucking smart, you would have stopped the judge, John F. Walter, again for the record, who incarcerated a 13-year sentence against a fucking politician who claims to be white. No, he's a fucking wetback who came into my country illegally. Trump. Build the fucking wall and keep these fucking people in their country.
Sir, this is not a matter that comes before.
I'm relating it
This
to
is
the
not
crime,
a matter
sir.
that comes before the police commission. Stay on topic, or your public comment will be terminated.
I'm showing you the systematic mental smart program. Was Jose Luis Huizar smart? I think he had mental problems to leave 5 children and a wife to get involved in BOP number 795-18112 for the record, sir. So I'm fucking on topic. So don't discriminate against me and don't use your racist attitude and overtones over me when I'm speaking, motherfucker. All I get is 60 fucking seconds, which is only 1 fucking minute of time to be heard and make my point on record regarding this fucking bullshit of crime in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not safe. We got a bunch of transportation niggers running people over and hit and run capital of the world. And what are we doing with it? Where's the policing? And that's the reason why Rasha turns her seat and doesn't face me. Because she knows I, a white nigger too, am right. I got facts. And when you put Huizar in the picture, and when you put Mr. Chan Raymond in the picture for those 12 years, guess what? Judge John F. Walter was right. Fuck you politely, 42 USC 19.
Thank you.
And for the record, I turn my back against racist comments like those, so apologize to everyone listening for the racist and sexist and homophobic messages of this speaker.
Thank you.
Mona M., you're on. Mona? Okay, we'll move on to the next.
To Audit LA.
Okay. We can hear you, ma'am. You're fine.
I'm here for I want to talk on all items, including public comment. My one concern, I have several concerns.
Okay, ma'am, hold on 1 second. We need to just start the time, and we can hear her. Are we good on audio? If she speaks from there?
All right, here we go. I can hold it. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Amy.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm here to say that you get a lot of donations from the Police Foundation. My one big problem with them is that they do not let us know who's donating to them. I am somebody who's very concerned about Scientology and their connection to LAPD. It's been a very a very close relationship for decades, and it's something that needs to stop. It has been reported to the Inspector General, which I hope they are dealing with, but I keep seeing the same officers and the same nonsense. This is a cult, it's not a church. They do human trafficking. There's so many survivors. I have 2 good friends who were survivors of this, and there's many more of the same story of sexual abuse, and just the things that they do is just abusive in general. And so the fact that they could be backhand donating money to the police department is egregious to me, and so it needs to be transparent. And I am also, and also even with I understand why you guys don't want to do the public, version of, when you have disciplinary issues. I do get that, but at the same time, if anyone on this side of the desk were had to go to court, it's going to be public. Our names are going to be out there. Everything that we face, it's going to be public. We don't get the same consideration. Just because we don't wear a badge, that's not fair. And I'm here too to say on your CPABs, you all have the CPABs, you have Scientologists that, like, it's supposed to be the community that represents themselves, but they don't. They are there representing Scientology. As I said, Scientology is a cult. They are actually they're going to be facing RICO, a case next year. They're going to be facing RICO charges as far as, I mean, not criminally, it's still civilly, but they're going to have to be answering to RICO. And do you really want that as a partnership? They should not be, if they're on your CPABs, they should be there as individuals, like any other person, any other public, but they get so much consideration that is unfair. And where they are right now, like, they have had their street, L. Ron Hubbard Way, shut down since June with 28 or 29 special event permits. They have planters surrounding 3 blocks that are not ADA compliant. The city makes anyone else remove them, but they're not being forced to remove them, even though, the city told them to. They're not doing anything to enforce it. They're also required to have a 20-foot safety fire lane. Nobody's enforcing that. It's like everyone is either scared of Scientology or something, but they have too much influence. And I didn't know that until I started looking into this. They have too much influence on our police department. They have too much influence on our public works department. They have too much influence with the mayor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Kenny.
Before we continue, I've already told you to keep your hands in your lap. You're now getting your first and last warning. If you do it again, you'll be removed. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Kenny, you're on.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Just the general public comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
They have a man by the name of Anthony D'Amato Jr. He's a paid OSA plant for the cult of Scientology. He has a restraining order already against him from sexually stalking a 16-year-old minor boy and talking about raping his mother. He has a channel, ZDT, on YouTube. He photoshops elderly woman like she's giving him, like doing sexual things to him, which is elder abuse and sick and disgusting. He continues to do so, brags about it, has bragged about being involved in the SWATs. He also sits there and calls people's jobs, harasses them, tells his chat to do it, and nothing is ever done. The city attorney, Jairo Soto, doesn't act on it, which is a sign of corruption from the cult of Scientology. This man is a predator. Y'all need to stop him and make an arrest. Please look into him. Anthony D'Amato Jr.
The next speaker, Hassan Tran.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hassan Tran. I'm here today. Please put my name in U.S. government system. It's very important. Thank you. I hear every day, every week, the same problem, Thank you.
Okay.
That's
next,
all.
next we have Mike C.
Good morning. All items.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't normally have a problem with the funding of the LAPD. I usually don't. I just think it should be made public who the donators are, because they're giving to a public entity, not a private charity. LAPD is not a charity. Anonymous donations are okay to private charities because it's private and it's a charity. You're a public entity. The donators we should know who they are, who's donating all this money to you guys. That's the only problem I have with it. On my other comment is I'd like to thank Mayor Bass for making a good decision in electing Chief McDonald. He's held every position within the LAPD, so he knows how to be a police officer. He knows what it is to be a police officer, and he also was the sheriff. So I think it's a very good choice she's made, and I think it was based on meritocracy. So I think that's a feather in her hat, I guess you could say, a good thing that she's done for LA. let's just hope she continues on this course toward doing the right thing as the mayor. I hope that Chief McDonald makes LAPD great again. God bless LAPD.
The next speaker, please, Michelle.
Again, you people are supposed to be, at least this end of the table, a civilian oversight board. You're supposed to represent we the people of the city of Los Angeles, not the police department. Your job is to hold the police department in LA accountable. So why the hell do you think having Jim McDonald as the chief of police is a good thing? We, the people, voted him out of office because he was a terrible chief at the sheriff's department. And I know you don't like this, right? You don't like to hear this, but you're not paying attention to the people. Karen Bass doesn't pay attention to the people. This is what we, the people, did. And now he gets an appointment. He doesn't have to be accountable to the voters or to anyone because you don't hold anyone accountable. I saw this whole long list where you're saying, disciplinary actions at the end of it. I will love it if you take one disciplinary action, even one, against any officer. You people are so much the cheerleaders for the police department. This is disgusting.
Excuse me, ma'am,
What-
sorry. Ma'am, I'm sorry. Sir, put the puppet in your lap. This is your first and last warning, or you'll be removed from the meeting. I'm sorry, ma'am, please continue.
You need to improve the image of the LAPD. I don't think that's possible, really. But, you think McDonald's going to do that when we voted him out of office as the sheriff? You think that's what the people of Los Angeles want? You had the chance to put the first woman in. You had the chance to put the first Latinx person in. Racist? Sexist? Hey, I could call all of you, all of that, for being cheerleaders for this new person. This is absolutely horrific for this city. And you think that this man is going to crack down on people? Yes. People will be hurt. People will die when these large events, especially the Olympics, comes to Los Angeles. And you know what? This discussion of protesters are 99.99999% peaceful. It's the cops and security guards who make them do awful things. Stay away from protesters.
Thank you.
The only good cop is one
Thank
who
you.
stays away.
Next, we have Amy's iPhone.
Hi, I'm speaking on all three items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first, I want to say that I want you guys to become heroes, not zeros. The children are watching. Children are seeing how you're behaving towards a specific cult in the city. You have child trafficking. You are having a poor historical look when people are looking at you, especially through live stream, all over the country, all over the world. The children are seeing you go after people that are fighting evil, that are trying to protect them as children, because the children are being trafficked and abused horrifically on L. Ron Hubbard Way. I want to look at history. I want to have a time where you can be seen as people that save children. I'm looking forward to seeing a time where you rescue children and have them seen outside of the facility getting checked and getting medical care that they've been so totally deprived of within a facility that is depriving them of care, medical attention. and proper education. I'm looking forward to a time where I see pictures like I saw when they were liberating the camps in Auschwitz, when you saw the little children lined up with their striped pajamas. What, but it's the same thing that's going on similarly inside of the L. Ron Hubbard Way. Where is your place going to be in history? What are your children going to see when they look at you? And how are you going to look at yourself in the mirror when this whole thing gets busted with the RICO case that is under investigation currently, that we have cases coming up? How do you live with yourself? How do you live with yourself when you are returning people to the organization and not believing their words of testimony or their signs of help on the windows of the L. Ron Hubbard Way saying help? How are you going to live with yourself when you find out that someone might have died? Are you going to be the cops that mistakenly, like in Wisconsin, returned a victim to Jeffrey Dahmer? Look what happened to that minor. He was a minor that was escaping in Wisconsin and put back into that place and not believing him. Are you that gullible? Are you really that gullible? And why are you taking money from the cult? Don't you have to file a conflict of interest report like I did when I worked for the city of New York? Aren't they looking at kickbacks that you're getting? Don't you understand that you are looking poorly in the world? Police officers are doing live stream about your behavior and your unwillingness to abide by the First Amendment and treat these people. You might as well hang up a sign on L. Ron Hubbard Way, as I keep saying, that says Arbeit macht frei, which was at the entrance of Auschwitz. That is so disgusting that you are just allowing this terrible behavior to go on and people to get used as slave labor laying bricks on the facility on the where you walk, where they have it all closed off, and the danger of not having accessibility in the golden hour when there's a trauma and not even opening up the facility.
The next speaker is Donald Harlan.
Wow, that's some problem you guys caused here at LAPD with these protests. God, you guys really did that from the colleges. You people were employed at the universities and the colleges and have them all fucked up too. Nothing you said about any of the business at the colleges was correct. In fact, you've empowered others to commit fraud and forgery. And that illegal real estate development you guys did over by the colleges is the reason for the protests. The mayor's appointments. The mayor of Los Angeles does not have the power to appoint the chief of police. Never has. If you're a city employee, you'd be very interested in bring that a reminder of that. She can appoint a candidate to run for the chief of police, but nobody appoints the chief of police. Also, people that have to do, I understand that there's 500 city workers that can't answer the interviewer's questions and can't pass a lie detector. If a government employee, no matter what part of the government they're in or where they're from, if they've submitted forgery or if they've submitted fraud to the government, then they don't get a grace period and they don't get immunity from the people interviewing them. They have to answer the interview questions right away. Agenda item 3A, MTA contracts. MTA is not supposed to be making a lot of contracts. They're supposed to be using the employees in their supply chain and staying within their system like you guys are. Hollywood Tow Service. There's a big problem with the towing companies and the chauffeur companies and the taxi companies placing their corporations on empty parking lots and then somebody showing up and developing the parking lot. Big, big problem. Hollywood Tow Service is just another one of them. Didn't we just go up through a big problem with the previous people from Hollywood Tow Service, where they tried to say they owned all the city parking lots where the government workers were parking their cars and started building in there? Isn't that why they handed off last time? It's so ridiculous that all these illegal tow services get busted and then they come over here and have LAPD to try and pay for it. The crime on Metro, you know, it would go a long way. The LAPD really needs to look at those people they're hiring at Metro. A lot of people have to be fired really bad. And they should make people pay fares on Metro. That would reduce the crime quite a bit.
Next, we have Steve Riley.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
It's a new day at the LAPD. I'd like to congratulate Mayor Bass on the selection of our new chief, Jim McDonald. I watched the announcement live last Friday, and I was very encouraged by the words of the mayor, by President Southers, and the new chief, McDonald. Very encouraged. I think this is a great sign that we're ready to move in the right direction and take partisan politics, identity politics out of policing and public safety. It was a long process, but I believe that the mayor heard the officers at roll calls. I believe that the mayor listened to the public. And I have seen Chief Jim McDonald in action at public meetings. He listens, he looks people in the eye, he stays to the end of the event, and he listens to all people. And he's very, very responsive and inclusive in his bring out the best in the LAPD. If you talk to the officers, you'll find that out. And that will increase the morale tremendously. So I just want to thank the mayor and thank the police commission for going through that arduous process. It's important to have watchdogs, not attack dogs. Okay, the people who come on here and are completely negative and want to attack the police, abolish the police are a necessary function. And that was a great report, Chief Choi, today. One thing you didn't mention, though, KTLA reported there was a vandalism at a Catholic church, St. Francis de Sales in Sherman Oaks. It's been repeatedly vandalized. The priest actually lives there on the property, and the story is on the internet. I hope there's some progress. We've had some arsons in the city. We had the Chinatown residential fire. We've had and there've been some arrests. So congratulations on some of the arrests. That arrest on vandalism at police headquarters, outstanding. People have the right to protest. This is America. We have a U.S. Constitution. But they do not have the right to vandalize public property, private property, churches, synagogues, houses of worship of any kind. That is a felony vandalism, and I hope that the crime is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I hope you're listening, DA office, because the police can make the arrests, but unless there's prosecution and consequences, the arrest has a limited effect. And so I want to say God bless the LAPD. I'm very encouraged with the new selection of Chief McDonald. Thank you for your service. Officers out in the field, we support you. Stay safe. God bless the LAPD. Thank you.
The next speaker is Megan.
I first just want to review one more time what gets you kicked out of a police commission meeting, and what doesn't. It's indicative of how performative this body is and the lack of moral center to any of these proceedings or to the people running them. We know that when you bring up Earl Southers' Islamophobia, especially at a community meeting where I guess it's more embarrassing for him, that gets you kicked out. When a speaker has brought up the very humiliating things in Earl Southers' past, and then someone in the audience comments, that's humiliating, that gets you kicked out by Rasha herself. But you can say, okay, N-word, and that's no problem. When you protest an armed officer in this room making creepy comments about your toddler, that gets you kicked out. You have kicked somebody out at least once for using a racial slur, but often it's perfectly fine. I guess this week it wasn't. when someone in the audience uses it, it is. What's always perfectly fine and what's always perfectly on topic is using public comment time to call Rasha abusive, misogynist names, although I don't know how you can be surprised running a body like this. It's clearer with every passing year that LAPD is inept, corrupt, and fascist, and that's why you've had to slowly restrict and censor this public comment time. There used to be unlimited time for public comment, but when you had dozens and dozens of people call in to call for Michael Moore's resignation, 7 hours of public comment time, and it received national attention, you limited comment to 45 minutes. You used to show video of the public comment speakers. Why don't you now? You're running scared. You're trying to control the narrative. It's not going to work. You will be abolished. You will be defeated in our lifetime. You literally cannot pay people to join this organization. You're down hundreds of officers, and those are good paying jobs, and people need work. But no one wants to work here because this is embarrassing. The rot starts at the top. I look forward to hearing what the new chief has to say for himself. His last city job was with the LA Sheriff's Department, possibly the only body in LA more corrupt than LAPD. And he sucked so hard at that job that he lost to Villanueva, who's not exactly the brightest bulb in the room. And then he went on to do the classic ex-cop grift and work in private security. So stoked about him. And just to close up, I just want to say that yesterday marked 1 year of the genocide perpetuated against the Palestinians by your training partners, the Israeli occupation force. Just curious when Earl Souther's next trip to Israel is, when he's going to fly over the bodies of 17,000 children to go collect his paycheck from the apartheid state. Just kind of curious also what kind of sweet technology and interesting domestic repression tactics y'all have been sharing in the last year. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Hamid Khan.
So I just want to read this headline quick from September 28th, 2017. And it says, and I quote, it's from NPR, Oversight Commission, and they're talking about the Sheriff's Oversight Commission, which was formed in 2017. And this was the very first big decision they made. Oversight Commission asks LA Sheriff to halt drone program, but he refuses. Now, who was the sheriff at the time? Jim McDonald, right? So let's just kind of backtrack Jim McDonald's history as well. Somebody who started in 1980 or 1981, the heyday of Daryl Gates' violence, chokeholds, racism, murders, putting down no humans involved in the report. So that's how the orientation of Jim McDonald goes. And then being Bill Bratton's number two, massive expansion of the surveillance state. We saw predictive policing. We saw suspicious activity reporting, which is such a pseudoscience and and the most importantly, which now we are seeing the results over the last 15, 20 years, is the codification of behavioral surveillance. Behavioral surveillance was there, but then it became codified. Observed behavior reasonably indicative of pre-operational planning. So that's the kind of legacy that we have seen. And then if you follow Jim McDonald's going to Long Beach, we saw exactly the same wave of violence, the same wave which we saw that how, more recently, how these programs come to fruition much after that. So that's the kind of, that was one side of Jim McDonald's. But I think we also need to see that why did Karen Bass appoint him? Because, she needs somebody to carry on the policing the way she sees the city to be run. And we can only see over the last 2 or 3 years of her decisions. Number one, the secret police. How Karen Bass came after Stop LAPD Spying Coalition when we published that website, watchthewatchers.net, where we published the photos of all LAPD officers because the people have a right to know, 9,300 of them, their salaries, their pay rates, what they have done over the years, this, that, and the other. And then the second thing was about, this completely silencing political dissent and protest as well, because obviously the Zionist overlords, they're at the payroll of that, and they want to just maintain that whole Zionist violence and the genocide that continues. So I think to expect now in 2026 and 2028 is, again, we should be really getting ready for that because it's coming. Jim McDonald's is known for heavy-handed policing. The 2007 melee at May Day, he was Bratton's number two. Bratton was out of town, Jim McDonald's, and of course whoever was on the spot, and how rubber bullets were flying all around us when we were out there in MacArthur Park. So that's what our fight is, and we'll continue fighting.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Scott Hochstetter.
Do you guys hail to the Galactic Federation? Do you believe in that? Because that's what Scientology believes. They believe that they went to the Galactic Federation and took spirits and put them in ice cubes and put them into a volcano. And then spirits came out, and those spirits are on people. And the Scientology members have to pay the church tens of thousands of dollars to take those spirits off. And they could ask for children, 12 years old, 13 years old, and they could ask you about masturbation and anal sex. And so I've been at gunpoint 6 fucking times just in this state alone, not to include San Francisco. At gunpoint, 3 times by Northeast Division, 2 times by Hollywood Division, and 1 time by Santa Monica. I've been in a cage here, bologna sandwiches with no mayonnaise, no mustard. 6 days. Because a man came out of a restaurant that we were protesting because they wrote a character witness statement for a known serial rapist for the Church of Scientology. They stole both my phones, my computer, and my effing fur coat, and my black socks. In February, DA rejected charges. I just beat a case yesterday by Kendrick Moxon. We know who the swatter is. ZDT is a YouTube channel. Why the fuck is no one going after this man? He talked about raping a minor and his mother. How is he not in jail? Who is allowing this to happen? How many more times are you going to put me at gunpoint? I want to like the cops, but how the fuck can I like the cops? You ever have green dots on your head? You ever have Officer White's clumsy ass out of the Hollywood Division pull a fucking shotgun on you? Holy fuck. He's talking about raping minors. Why is he not in a cage? The judicial system's not fucking failing us. I won my case on Monday by myself. On Friday, Danny won his case. There's other people who are fighting cases right now. They're talking about raping a fucking minor. Zero Dark Tony is a YouTube channel. You guys are all mandatory reporters. Please do something. For the love of fucking God, that motherfucker needs to be in a cage. Not me. Save the fucking children.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Jonathan Foster.
Hi, good morning. Jonathan Douglas Foster on the LAPD Resilience. And so, to some extent, you know how I feel. I've yelled and screamed about a lot of things, and I've talked a lot about the bad stuff, and it needs to be addressed. However, again, at least the way I feel about it, it's 98% excellent service and 2% that's gross, and I've talked mostly about the gross stuff. You know, when you drive around a car, basically, it's got 4 wheels. If one is flat, are you really going anywhere? The answer is no, you're not. So this 2%, though it sounds like it's just so small, it's literally, you got a flat tire, you know. You really do. This 2% really clouds the 98%. But let's examine this 98%. Excellent service, where a lot of people are excelling, are doing everything they can do to follow the law, to maintain the, so to speak, eminence front of this thing, and doing a good job. And it's not an eminence front. It's actually upholding the ability for people to feel safe here. That's a high calling. They're under some very, very difficult circumstances. I think we're displaying about as good as resilience as I think anybody could expect, to be honest with you. I think the resilience is resilient.
So 2 missing commissioners, that is corrupt. And for the rest of the year, I'm going to talk about this flat tire you got, the 2% that's gross. The only way to get this thing up and rolling isn't a new police chief who has been around for 40 years, hasn't changed much of the bull, and nothing that is really important got addressed. The line hasn't moved far at all. I'm not going to continue to talk about things. I'm going to continue to talk about things that are important. And I want to remind you why I came down here is because of Jamil Shaw Jr. being shot in the face, Special Order 40, not turning illegal aliens over to ICE for removal, and now it turned into DACA, which is a bunch of bullsham, and how the LAPD says it's bringing down crime, and that's a lie. Crime has been through the roof, and the only one who brought crime down is a guy I actually don't like. His name is Donald John Trump. That's the only guy who brought crime down here, and then you guys were talking about you brought crime down. Well, you got a flat tire. You can't go nowhere on 3 tires. You got a flat tire, bro, and I like you, but you got a flat tire. And where's these 2 commissioners?
Thank you.
The next speaker is Corey.
Long journey here. So, let's talk about what's on the menu today. So, it sounds like we have a new chief of police coming in randomly. So that should be quite interesting. I like this guy right here, so not really sure what's going to happen, but I'm sure we'll get to talk about it. Okay, so item A is the contract between City of LA and Metro. So I got socked in the face on Metro for asking someone to get up out of the handicap spot because the train driver kept screwing my back off. Stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. And I got socked in the face. So when I got off the train to try to get a cop to help me out, no one was there. So let's have you guys in there. I'm down. Let's get you guys in there. Someone will actually help when you get screwed over. Let's see, a donation for $20,228.28. I think I know who that is. From the West LA division. Okay. West Valley Holiday Party. That sounds fun. I'd be into that. I have a girlfriend out there, so maybe we can meet you guys out there. Okay, so Wilshire got a donation of $9,450. Yeah, I think I was going to talk about this, but I think I'll save that. Okay. Oh yeah, look at this fucking bullshit. So I guess some guy named Ben is dying. I'm sorry, his name is Ben Dyan, in Hollywood. So fuck that shit. Okay, and back to Metro again and their bullshit. So community policing. I'm all about community policing. I believe I help in that regard. So you know, we're talking about Metro though. And I'm talking about cameras on buses and AI and automated license plate readers and facial recognition and lack of privacy and the end coming. So, you know, they're talking about crime statistics from that. But speaking of that, let's do a mental evaluation, right, since we're doing a system-wide team for that. So I think I'm doing pretty good. I don't know about you guys. Do I seem pretty fucking crazy, or am I just losing it? You know, do my points not make sense or something? So field training, I have a lot of DNA that I need to test. I have no idea how to do it. So my number is 310-600-2278. If you guys want to set up an appointment, I'd love to learn how to do DNA testing. And let's leave with performance evaluation. So Inspector General, let's hope he comes from 7th and Spring. Interim Police Chief, I like this guy. Performance evaluation in 5A.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamie Cusick.
Okay, so I'll build on Hobbit and Megan and Michelle's eloquent comments on Jim McDonnell's appointment to police chief. He really represents Karen Bass's flagrant lack of interest, even in paying lip service to diversity and inclusion. Her election of yet another old white man to the highest, most exalted throne of power in the city blatantly indicates that LAPD is a patriarchal, white supremacist institution to its core. Mayor Bass has not even attempted to layer a veneer of liberalism over her decision. It is an outright attempt to appeal to far-right, Confederate flag-wearing Nazi conservatives who applaud Jim McDonnell's endorsement by the organized crime syndicate that is LAPPL, who were cheering him on when his stint in Long Beach saw a drastic rise in officer-involved shootings, who wished that his infamous stint as sheriff had been even more corrupt and more deadly, that he had managed to disappear and murder even more of LA's black, brown, poor, and unhoused community members before being ousted from that position due to his sheer inability to mask his buffoonish incompetence. This decision by Karen Bass is dangerous, but it is also desperate and it is idiotic. Because let's be honest, Jim McDonnell is an easy target for us. We will get rid of him even faster than we got of Charlie Beck and Michael Moore. We will fire this fucker. And yet again, you're going to have to scramble to fill this position and to keep it filled. Because there has never been more support for abolition in LA than there is right now. And aside from the few obscenely wealthy white people who are the only individuals served, though not even materially protected by LAPD, we the people know that no one could be elected to this position who would actually serve our interests as Angelenos. We know that policing is an evil institution and nothing more or less than the legacy of chattel slavery, and we will rise up and destroy it. We will win. We are winning now. And all I have to say to you foolish cowards on this commission is that you better try to find another line of work before your jobs cease to exist. Fire Chief McDonnell, fuck the LAPD. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Goat Puppet.
No black history this month.
Yes. So I want to thank the very, very nice compliments we've been hearing today. So let's see here. These, we have 3 puppets here instead of the 5 puppet commissioners. We have the Middle Eastern woman that switched to white. We have the fool over there that got drummed out of the FBI, I hear. And then this lady. What the fuck does she do? Well, she's just a nice lady. Okay, we'll buy that. So we would like to tell the Choi Choi here, I saw you on TV with the mayor, and she gave you a pat on the head. She said, oh, don't worry, one day you might be a police chief. See, they don't want you. You're the wrong color. You're the wrong race. And they don't want that other black lady. Wrong color and wrong race and wrong gender. No, they just wanted an old white guy. An old, psychotic, Trump-like, crippled old white piece of shit, yes? And they dug to the bottom of the barrel. Where can I get one of these? Maybe we can bring back Charles Beck. No, the FBI's still looking at him. Scratch that out. Maybe we can go to Tennessee over there. And them good old boys over there and bring back Walter Moore there, known as Moore. Let's see here. Would Moore come back? No, he went back to watch his daughter go to college and not bring back a big black man. Oh, I see. So he's not going to come back either. So you had a 66.7% chance of getting somebody of color and a 33% chance of having a woman of color and only a 1/3 chance of a white scumbag. Well, you know what? I went to Vegas and I bet on the white guy and I won. Yay! let's give me a hand. Well, we're good. Yeah. That's right. And who was it that first said that Jim McDonald was going to be police chief? Goat Puppet. I said that 2 weeks ago. Who was the first person that said he's going to get the job because Mayor Bass is being controlled by Jews? Goat Puppet. Yes. And let's not forget about the murder award last week, the $50,000 reward for the guy that was already caught a year ago. You're giving out rewards for people caught. So I saw it and I submitted the email to bob.councilmember@LA City. So I want that $50,000 reward because I turned in information about the killer. It doesn't matter, he was caught. You wanted a reward for information to the city because you didn't know. And I told you about it. Finally, we will say, fuck the LAPD. And I'm glad they tagged this building. It actually looked a lot better. You should have left it up.
Thank you. We'll now move on to consent agenda items. We have pulled item 3A, and there's a correction on item 3E, which should read, approve the executive director's report. So with that, I have questions on D. Are there any questions on B, C, B or C, or E?
None for me.
None. Okay, having heard no questions, I would move that we approve items 3B, items 3B, 3C, and 3E. Is there a second? Moved in second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Item 3D is the department's report relative to a donation for Wilshire area. Is there anyone that can respond to questions on that item?
We have Captain Hollis on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I am here. This is Jeff Hollis from Wilshire Division.
Thank you, Captain. So the question I have is regarding the farmer's market sign. Do we know what that sign looks like?
We do, actually. It's in storage right now. Farmers Market made it for us without our request, and I've seen it myself. It's sitting in a storage room a short distance away from where I'm sitting right now.
Okay, very good. And so where will that sign be located in Wilshire Division?
Well, Wilshire Division is undergoing a beautification project. The station hasn't been upgraded since 1974, and it shows. So we are trying to highlight in the background of the station, out of public view, various landmarks and neighborhoods in Wilshire Division, just as a beautification project. And the first one that we received was from Farmers Market. And we have several others that we are planning: La Brea Tar Pits, the Museum of Art, Larchmont Village, Hancock Park, Miracle Mile, etc.
Okay, I think you've answered my last question, which is, by doing this, are we opening ourselves up for other businesses who want to advertise in our area police division stations by accepting signs to be posted in the station?
So no, and that is not the intent. The intent is to highlight a landmark or a neighborhood in Wilshire Division. And that's our intent there, and it's out of public view.
Okay, so we are not advertising businesses?
No, sir, we are not.
Correct. Thank you very much. You've answered my questions. With that, are there any other questions or comments on 3D? Okay, I would move that we adopt the recommendation for board action for item 3D. Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 4, regular agenda items. We have a department's report relative to LA County MTA, and we're actually, do we pull that one? Okay. Relative to Metropolitan Transportation Authority Community Policing Plan, the biannual report. Okay. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President. Board members of the board. Chief, as I am wont to do, I've only come here to introduce the team that actually does the work. And so today with me, I have the Steve Marin, who is the sergeant in charge of the Community Relations Office, and of course, our Operations Captain, Captain Alex Baez, and our Community Relations Officer, Lucy Diaz. And she is going to come up, or the three of them are going to come up, and they are going to make this presentation. So good morning, members of the board, and I give you our team.
Thank you.
Sir?
Good morning, Police Commission,
Good morning.
Chief, and Command Staff. I am Officer Lucia McKenzie, assigned to Transit Services Bureau. In my 29 years working for LAPD, I have had many rewarding assignments, but the most rewarding experiences have been in the developing of building bridges between my police department and the various communities I have served. Our city, which is made up of a tapestry of cultures, has faced many challenges. Challenges where sworn personnel encountered community contacts involving culture and language differences that resulted in negative outcomes. I was supported by my command staff to work with our Mexican and South American indigenous communities, where I helped develop a useful tool for officers to utilize when requiring assistance with translations of indigenous languages in an investigation. In addition, continued efforts by introducing the first LAPD Indigenous Community Academy to help bridge relations with our Indigenous community. In my continued efforts to enhance relations with a diverse community I serve, I have had the honor to attend a roundtable meeting in the city of Downey for the Assembly Bill 1314 Feather Alert. I learned about the epidemic of missing murdered Indian people taking place across our country and in our local cities. The feeling our nation's first people expressed for the lack of support by their law enforcement agencies was surprising to me. I met with stakeholders and leaders of our nation's first people in hopes to bridge the cultural divide. Our efforts are ongoing, and with a low representation of Indigenous and self-identified Native Americans sworn personnel, we only have 30. I am pleased to say that due to our recent relations just after our Native American Leadership Academy, our community partners allowed LAPD to utilize their organization as a satellite location for the LAPD recruitment to utilize once a month for the past 6 months. In that time, which has resulted in 12 Native American community members applying to the Los Angeles Police Department. And if hired, that is an increase of 40% in representation within our police department. Thank you. I'd like to announce, okay, Bertha, introduce yourself. This is Bertha Frere, Marco Pacheco, and Ramon Enriquez. And we're first going to have Bertha first. She'll introduce, it'll be Bertha and then Marco.
Frere. I'm from the Cherokee Nation as well as a Chicana born and raised in Los Angeles. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you guys for giving us a chance and hearing our voices on behalf of the MMIP in honor of Justice for Aaliyah as well. I really want to take the time to let Deputy Donald Chief Graham, our relationships with letting Lucia come and represent us with J.C. Ramos, who changed legislation for AB 1314 Feather Alert, and educate us on the strength and abilities that we have to move this mountain and be your guys' backbone. I really want to express how merging our relationships, I come in with a team of professionals, which we can help bridge the difficulties in homicide and in the missings unit. I do have histories working with Moses, retired Moses, for being my leader, seeing how we can be utilized for the missing people. But I also want to take the time to acknowledge the 12 candidates that are going to be applied for enrolling for LAPD. To me, as a mother who lost a child to tragic, I'm impressed on how you guys allow me through trauma to move mountains. And that goes to show you the mental health in Los Angeles and you guys believing in us. So I know that with the mental health resources that we're providing, I know that through wellness, non-medicating, it does exist. So I just want to shine the light on that. And representing United American Indian Involvement towards Martinez Tribal TANF, the federal organizations that come behind me in these relationships. I don't take lightly. I pray for all of you guys, and as well, I don't want to leave out Lieutenant David, who've also helped many of our lead or CEOs and federal leaders come together, be a graduate on Los Angeles Police Advisory Board. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Marcos, but thank you for such a great opportunity to express my supportive services as well as helping this last case that we also did with the Transit Bureau. When I seen Deputy Chief Graham on the news, right? And I was in my home and I said, I know I can help this family. I got out of myself and I helped with my expertise of my peers. And I said, okay, well, I met with the family and then he had support with the district attorney himself who came and met him in person. But, doing the, expediting the funeral expenses where this family can get the assistance that they need for the innocent life that was lost on that metro. So I just want to let you know that because of you guys are letting me help heal a family, bring support, and introducing them to supportive services on a tragic, high-profile case, and how the media does take a strong effect on us when we lose someone tragically. So being a covering, I just want to make sure that I recognize Donald Chief Graham for allowing me to, and Lucia for allowing me to help this family. Thank you.
Ikawa Marco Pacheco, Hashkemakiwol, Hiwalitech, Lakatech, Yete Maya, and Masawan. First, I want to acknowledge the land we're standing on, and give tribute to the Gabrielino Nation, and say that not only are we honored to be in their land, but also we are very respectful of their land. And so as such, I thank them for their indulgence in allowing us to be in their land. Also pay respect to their ancestors the same way that I pay respect to my ancestors. My name is Marco Pacheco. I'm here on behalf of many indigenous communities that live and thrive here in the city of Los Angeles. It's an honor for me to be here, and thank you for allowing us to speak briefly here this day. I was part of the first Indigenous Police Leadership Academy, happened last year, and it was a great moment for many of us, a great achievement. Thanks to the leadership of Deputy Chief Graham and Lucy McKenzie, who brought us together, and I want to give them a round of applause, for their leadership. They did an immense amount of work to bring us together and put us through these several weeks of training and understanding the departments and understanding how the police department works, the LAPD works. So it was an eye-opener for many of us. It was a great opportunity to understand and to be able to assimilate how to best work not only with the LAPD but also with our communities, and bring both groups together. Many years ago, I remember there was an incident that brought LAPD, the city, myself, and a few other leaders in the city together to try to better understand the indigenous communities. At the time, Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, made a public comment saying he did not realize that there were many indigenous communities that spoke different languages. From the South. I'm talking indigenous communities from the South. And that was also an eye-opener for many of us to see how could we best start working together and build up this relationship. I'm a firm believer that community policing is the way to go, and to bring a partnership. So these endeavor that Lucy and Chief Graham, what they did, is one step closer to that partnership, right? So what's next? What's the future? Obviously, we want to do now the first Community Police Advisory Board, the first Indigenous Native American Advisory Board. So we're trying to lay the ground to make that happen, and hopefully in the next few months we'll have the foundation, and that foundation, solid foundation, so that we can have it for many, many years to go. Just briefly, and I know that partnerships are so important many times, and they go a long way. Officer Lucy called me a few days ago and said, I need a Mixtec or Mixteco language interpreter. Now, Mixteco or Mixtec is from the Oaxacan region, and it's one of 8 groups in Oaxaca that speak a different language. But within that group, there's several variations of that language. So understanding and being careful how we best choose that interpreter is important, especially when it comes to a tragic situation where the detectives and the LAPD are trying to solve a crime. For me, that's where this partnership comes into play, and I, thank them for giving us this opportunity. So, have a great morning. Thank you.
Singitamu. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ramon Enriquez. I am the Director of Youth Services and Club CEO for the Boys and Girls Club of United American Indian Involvement. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet with you today. United American Indian Involvement, as Lucy was saying, is the site. We've been proud to sponsor the recruitment effort, getting more people of color, essentially, into the LAPD and to better serve our community. So really appreciate that. That's a huge accomplishment there. So thank you, Marcos, for the land acknowledgement. That we definitely appreciate that. I'm Tewa from Nambe Pueblo in New Mexico. My parents, on my father's side, I'm Mexican American. So proud to be a Angelino, born and raised here. I'm a graduate of the Leadership Academy. I couldn't make that for the picture day, but it was so awesome to be a part of that effort to let the community know, what LAPD is doing, informing us so that we can take that back to our community and share the different programs that are going on, how you're serving the community. So that was an awesome opportunity, and I was so glad to be a part of that. So thank you, Officer McKenzie, for putting that together, and Bertha too. Thank you. I'm on this this board here today because we just opened up the first Native American Boys and Girls Club in Los Angeles. That is a huge accomplishment for our community. So we really look forward to, we're all about prevention, right? We're trying to keep them out of incarceration before they even come up to LAPD. We're trying to provide those services to keep them before they even get up there, provide that healthy environment for them. So I guess on this, within our group, I'm the voice of our youth. So love to have some youth here. Unfortunately, this time we can't pull them out of their school, but love to bring their voice to these meetings too, and how they see us interacting with the LAPD. So from United American Indian Involvement, we actually have the Robert Sundance Wellness Center, and we talk about repairing that relationship. Robert Sundance actually, I think, took the LAPD to court over injustices in treating the people on the streets. So kind of start off from that relationship, right? But now we're rebuilding that relationship. So I'm really glad to be a part of that and showing our community, that you guys are here for us. So really appreciate that, and thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chief of Police. Thank you, Command Staff.
So since service to our communities is one of our core values, I thought you'd like to meet the community that we served with our Native American and our Indigenous academies. And so, not to bury the lead, but what's next is the establishment of a permanent Native American Indigenous CPAB. And I think it's time to lift this out from your transit chief. And so I've been working with the Office of Operations and the community office out of the Chief of Police's office so that this will be a citywide effort and a sustainable citywide effort. We do plan to continue to have transit-based leadership academies that reach out to communities that are underserved even with that term. That are overlooked and underserved. And I think that that relationship, as you can hear from our esteemed graduates, I think one of the things that Lucy didn't talk about was for the first time, and I've been doing community police academy since I was a senior lead officer back in 2000, but we have never done a teach back. And so 2 weeks after the graduation, we invited the students to come back to the ComStat room and invited command officers from DEI, OO, OSO, and Training Bureau to come back and have them be the teachers. When we first started the conversation that Lucy had brought back to that she alluded to from the Federal Alert meeting, 300,000 Native Americans in the county of Los Angeles. And I've been a captain of 2 divisions and the bureau chief of a citywide bureau, and I didn't understand where that community was, and I wanted to uplift them, not just for the purposes of transit safety, but also throughout our command staff, so that our captains and our bureau chiefs could better connect with the community. And then to hear the excitement from our community members about being part of the recruitment process, well, that just put the icing on the cake for that. So I'm very, again, my appreciation to all of you for taking your time out to come here today. Thank you so much for that piece. And this is sort of the gemstone to our community relations efforts. I'm gonna have Steve come on up to the podium and talk about some of the other things that we've done since the last biannual report, but I really wanted to make sure that we had this introduction. And then after Steve is done, if it's okay with the commission, we'll have our folks come back up if you have any questions for them. Steve?
Good morning. So I just wanted to give a brief overview of the senior lead officers at Transit Services Division. Transit Services Division Senior Lead Office deploys 1 Sergeant 2, serving as the officer in charge, along with 6 senior lead officers, each of whom are responsible for overseeing distinct rail and bus lines within the city of Los Angeles. Transit Services deploys across all 4 geographic bureaus within the city. The city has 6 MTA rail lines and roughly 2,200 buses daily that transport roughly 24 million commuters monthly into and throughout the city of Los Angeles. 4 slows are assigned responsibility over specific rail lines. 1 slow is dedicated to high-profile MTA stations such as Union Station, and 1 slow is dedicated to oversee the bus lines. MTA divides the transportation system into 18 geographic divisions that they have, and our senior lead officers are responsible for attending monthly RAP sessions at those various divisions. RAP sessions generally are sort of a roll call for the bus divisions where they're able to disseminate information, and it gives us an opportunity to get firsthand information from the MTA community as to what their needs and concerns are. Some of the various community events that we have held to get our information out to the MTA community and along with commuters are, in addition to the Native American Community Police Academy, Coffee with a Cop, several Coffee with a Cop functions, rail safety pop-ups. If there is a significant incident that occurs, we will go out and conduct a safety rail pop-up for the commuters that are in the area to address their concerns. We participate in the USC Safety Task Force, which allows us opportunity to meet with various leaders from USC, from Southwest Division, from South Traffic Division, to enhance safety for our students that may utilize the bus and rail system. We participated in a Special Olympics with the Tip of Cop and also with March of Dimes Run for Babies. And now I'd like to give an opportunity to one of my senior lead officers to introduce himself to the board. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Just a little bit brief background. My name's Officer Ricardo Rodriguez. I've been on the job for 16 years. Prior to coming to MTA, I worked at Southwest Division and South Bureau. So I was able to be one of the first, officers to understand how the metro system through South LA worked, running through Southwest, a busy division, USC's there. Um, but just, going personal experience, you know, the reason why I chose to come to Metro to MTA is to make a difference, to be that liaison, for LAPD to Metro. Um, I myself, as a juvenile, use the system. I took the bus to school. Um, my mom still uses the system now, on a daily basis. So I take pride in going out there on a daily basis and making a difference. Listening to our ridership, with the problems they may have on a daily basis. Like my supervisor said, going out to the rap session is very important for us because we actually get to meet with bus operators and train operators and understand the problems they're facing on a daily basis. So, we'll get reports that they generate. So we have to go out there and, investigate them and go out there. It could be from, cars blocking their bus lanes. We can go out there and, and ensure that that's taken care of, citing the vehicle, making sure that it's safe for them to pull up and pick up, pedestrians on a daily basis. And also, other concerns that they may be experiencing if they're being harassed or, being bothered on the system. We take pride in going out there and making time to write the system with them, during those time frames to make it a better experience, not only for them as drivers and operators, but as well as for the community members. So that's something that, we do on a daily basis. Weekly, we go to rap sessions. We do other community events, like my supervisor said, we do Coffee with the Cop. We just hosted one a few weeks ago at Union Station, where we had a good turnout. We had our assistant chief there, other stakeholders, and we were able to, just have a normal conversation with the community members and listen to what the concerns and the problems that they're facing out there. So that's why I'm here, to make a difference, and hopefully, the system will get better with time. I work the lines daily. I'll go out there and, if there's issues, we'll do the tap card enforcement. We'll get individuals off that are not supposed to be on the system, and make it a pleasant ride for the people that are actually using it to go to school, work, and other functions around the city. So I take pride in that, and we like to also, push that out to other officers that are working the system, to have that compassion, be, caring and understand what, people face out there on a daily basis.
All right, thank you guys. And then if I can have our guests come back up to the table and have questions for the commissioner.
Well, thank you, Chief Graham, and to our guests, thank you so much for your involvement. This is what whole of community looks like. And Mr. Pacheco, I want to open by saying thank you for acknowledging the land that we sit on right now. I'm delighted that we're going to have our first Native American Indigenous CPAP. I'm also really excited about the fact that you've been through the Leadership Academy, and I do want to know where those 12 candidates are in the process, because that's something we'd like to track. But most importantly, not much of a question, but request, do let us know when we could come to the Boys and Girls Club.
We're actually, I just got the keys to the building on Friday, and I was already there Saturday moving in. We're planning on having a community grand opening in November, Native American Heritage Month. We're going to have a fall harvest luncheon there. I'd be glad to send an invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. The only other thing I'd like to say again to the officers, thank you for your service, men and women under your command, Chief. I can tell you I drive the Expo line twice a day, and that presence is important. There's been a significant reduction on that line I can speak to personally because I know some of the victims we had 2 years ago on that line, especially cell phone theft standing on the platform. So thank you for that. But the other thing I'd like to say is that I don't know of any other department in the country that has what you're doing right now. And someone told me once, if you're the best in the world at what you do and nobody knows, you become the best kept secret in the world. I'm not a marketing expert, Chief, but this might be something we want to amplify and share with the public. These are the kinds of efforts where we want people to know that working together can have some positive outcomes and build some solid relationships. So with that, I'm just going to defer to Vice President Shields, but Chief Graham and Chief Choi, humbly, this is what leadership looks like. And I'm very proud of the work you're doing in this area, and we should certainly amplify this throughout the city. So Vice President Shields.
Thank you, and I echo all of those sentiments. Thank you, President Suthers, and thank you, Chief, for this leadership. And thank you to the community members, both for being here and for raising your hand and being willing to partner with the LAPD. I think it's so important, not only, that the department does outreach to the communities, but that your response impacts where it goes, right? If you don't accept that outreach, then status quo stays. And then, we're only seeing this improvement because of your willingness to partner, and not only partner, but also recruit. So thank you so much for that. We are indebted to you because I think the department does better when it reflects the community that it serves. And, being part of the academy, the department gets to learn from you just as much as you get to learn from the department. And so thank you so much for that. And I'm really looking forward to these additional advances and contributions to making sure that the Indigenous community is at the table, both the youth and all the members. So thank you for that. And a message to the senior lead officer, thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for kind of embodying the sentiment of taking pride in the community that you're serving, and also understanding that your own family members are recipients of that service, and so you want to present the same type of service that you'd want your mom to have on that. So thank you. I think that is exactly the type of environment we want to foster with every officer, and that sense of pride in your work. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Shields. Commissioner Clanche.
Thank you. I'll just add a few more words. Everything has been said already. But I just want to, again, congratulate you. I had the privilege of attending the first graduation in the rain. Yeah. It was beautiful. I mean, think about like an LAPD graduation. It was the same setup, but it was pouring rain, and they were out there. Mm-hmm. They went out in the rain, and it was beautiful. Thank you for letting me experience that. They had their ceremonies, and yeah, it was beautiful. So thank you for being part of it and helping to raise awareness within the department and in the city. In a city that sometimes forgets the contributions of the First Peoples that inhabited this land, right? Before all of us and all of this was here, there was the original people of this land, and sometimes that is forgotten. So thank you for allowing us to lift that up again. I also want to thank the team for identifying an issue and taking initiative to make something positive of it, and in creating the infrastructure now, right? And so, a lot of the time we don't have the opportunity in the day-to-day LAPD work to take an issue or an obstacle and turn it into some internal infrastructure that addresses that need. So thank you for taking the initiative, Lucy, Chief, Captain, for identifying this issue and not just sitting on it and waiting for somebody else to do something, but just making it happen. And I know that the magnificent relationships that you have built with the community, that just goes to show that as officers, every day out, patrolling or, just doing the work of the department, we can make a difference. And this is an example of that for sure. So thank you so much to the team, Lieutenant, and keep up the great work on Metro. And I'm so happy to see that this is being transferred to OO, because I think that it needs to be instituted department-wide. So, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for being here and presenting.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, members of the commission. I think that the captain and I are going to remain for the next item, and I'd like to thank our guests again for your support, for trusting in us, and for coming here today. Thank you, guys.
Can I add something? Also, this is the teamwork that, building these bridges. And recently with the AB 1314 Feather Alert, my Native and Indigenous community came to the front line and said, hey, Officer McKenzie, just wanted to inform you that with the flyers for the missing person, Gabrielle Lund, we are out here canvassing the area with volunteers, and we're hitting the pavement trying to look for her. And I was just amazed at the support that these beautiful people are giving LAPD. So, the credit goes to them, and I want to honor Bertha, Marco, Ramon, my other young lady here, Vilma. I have trouble saying her name. All the respect and honor and gratitude goes to them. So can we give them a round of applause?
Also, I want to thank Moses for taking the time as a retired LAPD detective for being my role model. And maybe you don't think that we're watching them, but I have like 6 little robots underneath me that are watching me watch him and be active in community and seeing. So we're at 61 bodies that we did locate. And he's shown me a lot. So I just want to recognize him and thank you, Sarah, for Ramon being your leader and you sitting under. I don't take that lightly for United American Indian Involvement, licensed clinical. I do refer my families only to licensed facilitators and not like I do believe in being accountable. So I'm accountable to you guys, and I'll do the best that I can to keep building these relationships. God bless you all.
Thank you for your commitment. Yeah. So Chief, before we go on to, oh, okay. Thank you. So Chief, before we move on to 4B, I would move that we approve the department's report for item 4A. Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for coming. We'll now move on to item 4B. It's the department's report relative to the crime statistics on LA County Metro. And again, we have Chief Graham.
Good morning again, members of the commission. We're just here to give you a brief overview of this report that we're going to transmit to the city council at their request. It's important to just remember the context with which we are looking at this. This was a 5-year look at the crime statistics of the system, which took us through a very difficult time during COVID, where there were quite a few challenges, not just to society, but to the transit system in and of itself. The numbers that you see here are not in any way indicative of LAPD working in a vacuum. LAPD works alongside our law enforcement partners. We work alongside the safety environment of the Los Angeles Metro, including their safety or their system security and law enforcement, the ambassadors, the PATH outreach folks, the mental health workers, all of the team that goes into providing the safe environment for our ridership. And so with that, I will turn it over to Captain Baez to give you a brief overview of the report.
Good morning, everyone. So the document before you is prepared in response to the Los Angeles City Council's request. The LAPD was tasked with submitting this report, which addresses crime statistics throughout the transit system and the daily law enforcement deployment at the Metro, including our ambassador program. When we examine crime from 2022 and 2023, it's important to note that this occurred while we were emerging in the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, the increase in violent crime coincided with the rise in ridership and the growing number of individuals using the transit system as a shelter. In fact, the majority of the reported crimes involve people using the system as a shelter, both as victims and as suspects. After identifying that access control was the primary factor in the transit system division, the TSD team introduced an innovative crime reduction strategies in spring of 2023, recognizing that the need for better access control. So we developed and implemented TAP inspections. This proactive policing approach began to reverse this 3-year trend of individuals using the transit system just as a shelter. As a result of these efforts, in 2024 is shaping up now to be a record-breaking year for us crime reduction on the transit system. Year-to-date comparisons to 2023 show a significant drop in violent crimes such as homicides, robberies, and aggravated assaults. Overall, Part 1 crimes have decreased by almost 26% compared to 2023. Year-to-date, we've conducted over 600,000 tap card inspections, almost 5,500 citations. We've had almost 3,500 homeless outreach, over 300 mental evaluation holds. We deployed Narcan 38 times, and we have over 2,800 arrests. The metro system consists of almost 11,980 bus stops and covers over 117 bus lines with over 2,200 buses deployed daily. Recognizing that all these incidents require that requires police enforcement intervention, TSD, in support with LASD and Metro County Transportation, we've adopted a multi-layered approach. This strategy was launched on July 10th of 2023. This brings together various resources throughout the system, both in law enforcement and providing ridership essential services. The approach includes customer service, which we call the blue shirts, ambassadors, contract security. They have allied security as well as Metro Transit security. LAPD, we include deploying several resources, which include our K-9 bomb unit. We have a HOPE unit that's responsible for dealing with mental health. We have a special problems unit. We deployed our mental evaluation unit. We use all our tactical resources, including the airship and our special weapons and tactics teams. It's important to note that out of over the 2,800 arrests made by Transit Services Division, the individuals arrested, almost 93% of them did not possess a TAP card. Those arrested in the transit system should not have had access there in the first place. Based on some of the crime trends and with the help of our good mayor, we were able to also implement what we call surge deployment. We implemented it's a 20% increase in our deployment, which we call surge. That's deploying 7 days a week now. It includes 4 supervisors, 20 officers, 4 mental health officers, and 2 custody detention officers to help us with the processing of arrestees. During this surge, since we've implemented it, we've had over 65,000 tap card inspections, over 135 citations, 1,680 mental health contacts, over 26,000 citizen contacts, over almost 3,300 arrests, and over 2,000 of those arrests were for trespassing. Obviously, we still have a lot of work to do in the transit system, but we're certainly heading in the right direction. We continue to work with all our partners to help make the transit system as safe as possible for our commuters and our MTA staff, and we will continue to do so. That is our report.
So just to conclude, first of all, acknowledge Captain Baez for his leadership. And it was his team that came up with that idea about access control, which is something that we had been talking about for my tenure at Transit over the last almost 3 years now. The staff and management at MTA have echoed that and are moving in positive directions with programs of their own, such as the Tap to Exit program. Physical improvements that they've made over the system, such as the Serpentine at MacArthur Park. They've reevaluated the MacArthur Park footprint on the surface level and have taken steps to regulate the vending activity that's going on up there to reduce the crime that was associated with it. So we're working in lockstep with MTA management on the safety and system or the safety of the system. Now, while this report, I hope, shows an optimistic view of where the direction that we're going, and definitely, to my satisfaction, shows that your LAPD is working when they're out on the system. It's not no statistic is going to erase what we saw 2 weeks ago with the bus hijacking and the homicide, or any other violent crime that has attracted the attention of the Los Angeles area. So I want you to know that even though we think we've found a system that works to generally lower the crime, we are still working at innovating how we can bring bus safety, how we can change the patrol routine, how we can change our interaction with the operators in terms of training and prevention, and biopsying situations that result in violence so that we can prevent them from moving forward. We're constantly looking at those items and issues. We're working in conjunction with the MTA's court, who has the civil ability to bar people from entering the system for periods of time. And so we're referring cases to MTA court when we have a violent crime arrest or when we have multiple trespass arrests from the same individual. We don't currently have the statistics from MTA court, but we continue the referral process and we continue to have those discussions at an executive level. So moving forward, I think, as the captain indicated, the last column on the year-to-date crime picture shows the mid-year mark, and if we can continue to hold that line, it will be the best year for crime reduction in the time that LAPD has had the contract, which is a statement to the leadership of Captain Baez and Commander Cortez, and I'm so pleased that they to be on the team with them. With that, sir, we'll take any questions.
If I could also add, I'm sorry, sir. Ridership is also up. Our bus ridership is up from 2023 over 10%. Ridership up in the rails is over 3%, and total ridership over the transit system is almost at 10% higher from 2023. So we are seeing more riderships, more people on the trains, which obviously makes it a little more challenging for us to do our jobs. But we continue to do it with the deployment that we have and putting our cops where they need to be.
I usually don't get outmathed by my colleagues, but it's true. You have to look at those numbers indexed for an increase in ridership. So good job, Alex.
Well, gentlemen, thank you both for an excellent report. I just want to mention a couple of things. Obviously, the incredible reduction in GTAs and Grand Theft Auto, battery and vandalism certainly suggests why your ridership has gone up, because there's more confidence in the system. People feel safer. I want to applaud you on the SPEW team. I've seen them work. I've seen how effective they are when they get deployed to an area, and that crime basically stops instantly. 2023 was obviously a peak year, and some of those numbers are extremely high, but if you can hold year to date, as you had mentioned, that'll be significant and certainly noteworthy. I have a question, though. You mentioned your mental health personnel are working in the processing of arrestees. Do they involve themselves at any other point of the policing of the MTA other than processing arrestees?
Oh, actually, so those are two separate things. Okay. We are blessed to have a great relationship with the with USC, and have not just USC social workers from the School of Social Work, but also a member of the DMH, the county DMH, that goes out with our HOPE team. And so when the opportunity came around with the additional resources of the surge, Captain Baez had the idea of, since we know mental health is a problem, let's hire SMART team officers on the same overtime model to come out onto the system. So the mental health officers that the captain is referring to are in-house LAPD SMART officers that have been hired on overtime, just like the normal shifts that we work, to go out there and do pre-crisis interventions, and obviously crisis interventions when called upon, but to work in conjunction with the surge officers in order to provide that additional service. The other side of that is an efficiency gain, which is adding on custody service officers on overtime with a, express lane for the processing of arrestees at Custody Services Division has allowed our officers a higher level of efficiency of getting back on the lines. One of the overriding philosophies that we brought, is this engagement, or is the, I can't even remember my own term. Culture of engagement, right? And so I want our officers out there interacting with the riding public, whether that's enforcement action, investigative action, giving directions, giving out stickers, introducing people to the different lines, telling them about where they are on the system, and all of these things, which we actually track through a QR code about not just personal interactions with the community, but also interactions with the MTA. Employees. So we credit that piece with a lot of the what you're perceiving, seeing the presence of the officers on the system is that culture of engagement. So when we sat down to figure out, well, what are we going to do with this surge? Part of that is create efficiencies. And so getting those officers back on the system so they don't have to sit on a line in the jail will get back to that culture of engagement. So that's the difference between the two.
Mr. President, if I may add, so the efficiency is the big factor here. Hiring smart officers who have, they also have some contacts with contract hospitals, which we can get more efficient to get folks who need mental evaluation and who need mental health services, getting them back there where our officers who are deployed sometimes have to go through county, and it's going to take them a lot longer to get back into the system. So that was part of the efficiency that we were looking at, as well as the custodial officer. So when you combine both those things together, it allows us to get our officers back into the system, and their presence is felt much stronger from being there. So that was part of the whole plan.
Excellent strategy. No, thank you for the explanation. Vice President Shields.
Thank you for this presentation, and I just want to kind of commend you both for your leadership here, and really just not being satisfied with the status quo, and coming up with creative solutions, and seeing the problem and identifying it, and then finding ways to combat that. So I think, everything you're doing here looks like it is working in the right direction. Hopefully it holds. But again, I think identifying these specific things that have actually led to a decrease in crime on the metro is so important. My question was also going to be about the mental health, because we will be having a separate presentation with the SMART teams generally, but wanted to just kind of better understand, given that a lot of and it's good to hear, again, we can't arrest our way out of everything. But fair enforcement is important here, and providing services to those who need them. How has the SMART team officers, how are they involved in actually pre-crisis intervention, or if you see someone who appears to be potentially in some kind of medical distress, how are the SMART team officers deployed?
So one of the things that we initiated about 2 years ago is the person down protocol, right? It was brought to our attention that there were complaints from MTA staff that the perception was that law enforcement would walk right by someone who was laying down on the system. So we don't allow that anymore. Number one, because that person might be in need of medical intervention. And so with the institution of that with our patrol officers, what the SMART team officers do is provide the opportunity for a resource, again, that we could get our hands on right away, because we're utilizing MTA resources to bring them to the system. So that if an officer comes across somebody who is down, or who in their interactions they feel is having a mental health episode, they can get on the radio and request those SMART team officers to respond directly to that location. When they're not responding to those kind of calls, they go out with the surge teams, and we deploy the surge teams based upon our crime control process. And so putting the SMART team officers and looking at our crime statistics and knowing the correlation between mental health and crime and disturbance on the system, we know that if we deploy the surge officers in that area, the presence will help with perception and actual crime reduction, and then the presence of the SMART team officers will be where we believe it's going to be most prevalent, that there will be a mental health episode that may turn into something that's crime related. So if we can prevent that, we're better off.
Ma'am, if I may add, so that was part of our deployment was, our SMART teams are kind of reactive. They respond to radio calls throughout the city. So what we did, the direction once they came aboard to MTA for surge was, instead of being reactive, is we wanted them to be more proactive, because obviously we're not always going to get those radio calls in the system where they're going to have to deal with that. So we deploy them, like the chief said, to some of our problem locations, Union Station, 7th and Metro, different places where we have a lot of folks who need mental health services, and their role is to be more proactive and identify them, and if they can provide some services to them even before So kind of before it becomes a radio call, we try to deal with it, and that's been their role since they've been there.
And just from a customer service standpoint, the surge officially ended on September 20th. However, we were, at the executives meeting that we held every Monday, we were advised by our MTA counterparts that they would like us to look into the best outcomes of the surge, and bring that back to MTA to look at them for at least some funding through the holidays. So clearly, we think our partners at MTA were satisfied with the service provided.
Thank you. Commissioner Kalantri.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions. Again, I love the engagement, the culture of engagement you're creating. I have a couple of questions about some of the stats and some of the work. So I saw that a lot of the crime is on the bus operators, and I know that MTA has like created the barriers. Are all the buses now equipped with that barrier, or because I know they were doing it in stages?
Yeah, at last count, 40% of the buses are currently have the full shield applied.
Okay.
I know that as a result of the effort 2 weeks ago, I was in attendance at the MTA board meeting, and they continue to want to accelerate that process. There's supply chain management issues and labor availability, but I know that they intend to get every bus to have a barrier by the end of the year.
Okay. So I hope they're prioritizing like,
Absolutely
the
they
buses that.
Yes.
are
And in
the
fact,
areas.
our city family friends over at DOT have been paying attention as well, and they have initiated the same proactive initiative to
On
go
the dash
on the
buses?
dash buses and on Commuter Express.
Okay,
I've been working with them on enhancing their operator safety as well.
Was wondering about that, given everything that had just happened. The other question is, I know that we're very visible and very active on the rail lines, but I also know that there's a lot of issues like on the buses, right? And even before people get on buses, there's a lot of I hate to use this word, like preemptive activity, negative activity that happens before you even get on buses, right? How engaged are we like at those like very like busy bus stops where there's a lot of people and potentially some of the crime activity is initiated there or people are harassed? So how active are we in monitoring those like high potential for crime bus stops? Because I think that's another issue that prevents people from riding. It's like, I don't want to go stand at that bus stop because, yeah, there's just a lot of activity or, I don't want to send my child over there because there's,
Certainly. And what you've identified is a much more efficient way of looking at safety and policing on the bus system than trying the impossible task of putting a police officer on every bus that we possibly can. So that starts at 3 levels. It starts with our crime control process and analyzing the causation of operator assault. So that's number 1. That comes through our detectives. Number 2 is we get input directly from MTA. They at a Tuesday meeting that the captain and his staff attend on an operational level, we share those kind of intelligence briefs that MTA is getting up from their operations side. And then the third, as my senior lead officer indicated, their presence at the RAP sessions gives them direct access and gives bus operators direct access to the officers on the system to provide them that feedback. So we utilize those 3 inputs to determine where we're going to put our bus riding teams and where we're going to reach out to our partners at the Office of Operations and perhaps request additional patrols at stations or bus stops that have become problematic. I know that we've been working through the tactics or the strategy rather of getting BRTs to stop just getting on the buses and riding around and getting
where are the BRTs?
bus riding teams. I'm sorry.
Oh, got it.
And getting them more focused on locations where we are getting the feedback from operators that they're seeing the same people who get on the bus cause problems and do those things. The other thing is working proactively with the bus operators. And in our conversations with them, sometimes they know. They're rolling up on a stream, they see what's happening at the bus stop, and because of their own SOPs, the idea of just bypassing the bus stop, I don't think it's not in their SOP to do that. And so, but if they can become more proactive at the recognition of that situation and call the bus operations center to get a bus riding team or a patrol unit rolling in that direction, just so that we can preempt any trouble that is going to start or be there before the trouble escalates to some level of
So
violence.
is there a way to track? Because I think that these bus stops are not just an issue for the bus riders. They're an easy place to loiter, right? Because you're like, if somebody's loitering there and you say like you need to leave, or it's, well, I'm waiting for the bus,
I'll answer.
right? So are we tracking those areas? Because those are, great like Sarah projects, or, things for our like, senior leads, so that we're like you said, working together. Yeah.
Absolutely, ma'am. And we do have our own Sarah projects here that we track as well. I also interact with a lot of the different commanding officers who call me all the time about the problems in those areas and how we can try to address them. And you're right, a couple of the bus depots are locations that I not only hear from the officers and from other captains, but from our own officers who tell me, hey, this is something that we got to work. And I can tell you that we've worked numerous operations that we've conducted, and they've been very fruitful in identifying a lot of the loiterers, a lot of the narcotics activity. We use the area narcotics units to assist us in doing buys and all those different things, and we've been very successful at doing so. So that is something that we continue to do, as well as with our new surge, we're able to add bus riding teams, because our normal deployment is only about 2% of the officers that are deployed to the buses. So we deploy with our surge, we're able to deploy more officers to get out there and actually ride those buses and ride what the chief said. We identify the top 10 lines, and we ensure that changes weekly, obviously, and we deploy our officers there, as well as not only riding on the buses, but just meeting and talking to each of the bus drivers and driving the routes that those buses are taking, to ensure that if there is some type of emergency, that they'll be there very quickly.
And does this also allow for getting off the buses, like to like monitor, maybe like presence at some of these like high risk, high crime bus stops, or is it just riding the buses?
It's both. They're going to be there. Like I said, we do have what we call bus depots, and those are the ones where most of the problems occur, because you have the train and the bus almost at the same location. So people are transitioning from bus to bus, and obviously some of the folks who are involved in criminal activity are using the public transportation system to get to where they're going and involved in their activity. So our officers are aware of that. I get a lot of feedback from them, and I count on our officers, especially my special problems units, my HOPE units. They got their fingers on the pulse on what's going on, and a lot of times their recommendations are used to do a lot of the operations that we do.
Awesome. I'm just wondering, and this may exist already, but I'm just wondering if we can identify those like high risk bus stops. Not just the ones that like are transit depots, but in community. I think it would be great to say like, here are the top 25 bus stops where there's high crime or calls, because I think that's something that is preventative. It's preventative community policing, where like everybody's like focused. I want to make sure that community that really needs to use public transportation, that there are no barriers for them to use it. And a lot of the time, a barrier is just the stop, right? And who's congregating at those stops. So I'm just wondering if that's a possibility to identify like, high risk bus stops that we can, focus on, and that maybe the surge is focused on those, or, present that to Metro. Just a thought.
Right. Well, we do track that, just to put your mind at ease. We do track that, because that is a bus stop is a premise code in the crime control system. And so we do look at problematic bus stops, and that's one of the inputs that we use to deploy the bus riding teams. But also on the horizon, in my conversations with members of the MT board and also with some of our local elected leaders, looking at infrastructure improvement at the bus stops is a conversation that is being had, especially in areas. I mean, it's very well known about the valley have 118-degree heat, and just not having shelter.
Right.
But I think the presence of shelter and light and those things would be deterrents for crime as well. So as we look as a community at improving the infrastructure of the bus stops, that will also be fruitful as well. And we have been and will continue to provide that data to LA Metro.
Yeah, I just got back, just one last thing. I just got back from Mexico City, and every time I'm there, I'm always reminded of like some of the unique things that they've done there with, their public transportation system is more advanced than ours. It's more used, but they have sections in the trains and on the buses that are just for women and children. Like those are like simple things that I wish like that, and I think I brought this up before, but you go on, as a woman or as a mom, I go into their metro station and the first two trains in the subway are just women and children because of all the issues that they used to have with women being assaulted and stuff. But those are like small things that like we have the areas for disabled folks on buses, but also having sections of the train or the bus that are sections that would make it more safe for like a young girl to go to their high school because they know they're going to be safe on the bus. So in your meetings with MTA, you could bring that up.
Certainly.
That it's being done in other countries where they're creating these safe protocols for high risk populations.
We'll certainly have those conversations.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for an excellent report. Thank you for your work on the system. Certainly working. And with that, I would move that we approve the recommendation for board action. Is there a second? Moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We now have item 4C, verbal presentation relative to the mental evaluation unit and system-wide mental assessment response team, or SMART. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Detective Reyes. I'm the officer in charge of our mental evaluation unit's training unit. So the 5 pillars of an effective response. We're going to talk about the different sections of MEU. I'm going to focus mostly on the training aspect, and then Lieutenant Larson will take over the SMART part of the presentation. But again, MEU is comprised of 5 different sections. So we do have our training, our triage desk, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, our crisis response, meaning our SMART teams, which is our specially trained police officer partnered with an LA County Department of Mental Health clinician, our follow-up component, which is our case assessment management program. That is our small group of detectives that do the follow-up investigations on individuals that are high risk. And then lastly, we have our community engagement aspect, which is our senior lead officers, and they are the ones that interact and serve as hospital liaisons. They go to community meetings. And so our mental health intervention training, I know that Commission wanted to know a little bit about what type of training our officers are receiving. That's in my shop. So we do offer the 40-hour mental health intervention training known as MHIT. It's a 4-day school with 25 annual deliveries. From 2014, when the training was established, we have trained 5,769 LAPD officers and 582 outside agencies. That includes outside law enforcement agencies. That includes members from NAMI. That includes different types of agencies. Our clinicians from LA County Department of Mental Health, all of our co-responder clinicians assigned to LA County co-responder teams also go through our MHIT course. So that's a total of 6,351 total. What we prioritize. The priorities are our probationary officers. They come back. So MHIT is an extension of their academy time. And so they're coming back after 11 months in the field to complete MHIT. They do not receive this this training in the police academy. It's an extension afterwards. The other priorities are our field training officers to be compliant with Senate Bill 29. Our clinicians, like I said, assigned to our co-responder teams and homeless outreach, and of course our patrol officers. So what we teach, department-wide strategy, we focus a lot on stigma reduction, on de-escalation and risk assessment. We do cover some case management strategies for our officers. The legal aspect, the laws, which are constantly changing, our department policy, the resources, so we can empower our community with resources on how they can reach these services prior to it becoming a 911 call. And then lastly, we do focus on self-care for our officers. Part of the training that I also wanted to mention is our MEU officers. When they come to MEU, they are also receiving specialized training. So they're actually paired up with the senior officer on the triage desk. They are being paired off with a senior officer to respond to these crisis calls. And then every day that they are out in the field, that's on-the-job training. So they're receiving over 750 hours of additional training as opposed to just receiving MHIT training. The last thing that I will add about our training is that we bring in their community partners as part of the training. So it's not only a training where officers are the instructors, but we're bringing in Autism Society of LA. We're bringing in the National Alliance on Mental Illness to come in and teach a block of instruction. We're bringing in Alzheimer's Association. And then we're bringing in members of our community to help us with this scenario-based training at the end so that we can get a more realistic experience for our officers, including virtual reality. And so that's it. Lieutenant.
And during those scenario-based tests, we hire professional actors that come in and perform those. Is that
They are on a volunteer basis. Yeah. I would love to hire them and pay them, but we don't have the funding for that.
So we talked about a little bit about the training, which will be available for questions afterwards, but I'll try to build upon some of that training when we go through our different organizations here and our different aspects of our job here. So when we work with the triage desk, that is one of our key components of our mental health unit. Currently, that triage desk is composed of up to 4 senior officers that has been specially trained, where patrol officers will call in and gain advice on calls they're responding to. They are going to gain some type of insight, possibly on the subject that they are responding to, or the prior situations that our officers have responded to, whether it was a prior disengagement, whether what has happened in prior context. So when they come in contact with that individual, they have a little better knowledge and base with that individual, what has worked in the past and potentially what has not worked in the past. Just to give you a little bit of volume for what we did there in 2023, we had over 92,000 calls coming to our triage desk. That's about 260 calls per day. And currently we are almost at 70,000 calls, which we are on track with that 250 to 260 calls per day. When officers are gaining knowledge and insight, and also detectives call in after the fact when they're out there doing cases and criminal investigations to find a little bit about their their suspect that they are working with. We are currently with our deployment. We are deployed 7 days a week, as Detective Reyes has said, 365 days of the year. We have 11 to 14 units per day. And typically, if you don't want to rehash of our slides, our historical database shows that our heaviest volume call volumes of the day are about middays from 1000 hours to approximately midnight. So that's when our focus and our primarily heavy deployment occurs throughout our days there. Currently, we have 92 specialized trained officers, detectives, and supervisors to our MEU/camp units, with 21 clinicians and 8 clinician supervisors. We are proud to announce we have 8 in the pipeline of new clinicians to be hired, and Bach informed us today that 1 has started today with us, a new one. These are Department of Mental Health County DMH clinicians on that one there. So we're in the process of doing that. However, we find, as we don't want to make excuses, but because of our trained clinicians that Detective Reyes and Bach Lou has trained our clinicians, they are highly sought commodities in the community right now, especially when all of these new unarmed response teams are starting. We're seeing some of our clinicians being promoted to supervisory roles within DMH, which is good. We're good with that, but we just need to have a better outlook and getting more hired on that one there, getting them hired. So we're doing a good job there on that one there. Our deployment, we are 24/7, and so we have a clinician that is working over overnight hours. So we're grateful for her for volunteering to doing that. And we have another new hire that is going to be volunteered. He actually volunteered to work as soon as he's trained up to work on overnight hours, which is our most difficult shift to hire. That's our AM watch, usually from about 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. in the evening, in the morning hours. A lot of our goals, and we're not going to rehash a lot of these, is we want to prevent incarceration. We want to try and get these individuals the help that they need with a targeted approach with our trained professionals, whether it's our Department of Mental Health clinicians or our officers who can look at these individuals and say, we need to get some help, and how can we do that? Bach, Lou, and I, we are currently in the process of working with our community partners, with our mental health urgent cares, with our hospitals, to help reduce the time that our officers are in those facilities. We're trying to make sure it's an easy, warm handoff, that we can make sure that these individuals can go in, get the help they need in a timely manner, and if a patrol unit is in control of that subject, to get them out in a timely, quick manner. We have a fit bed program that we can talk about a little later on, but that's when our officers can call ahead, and they have a bed waiting for them, so that it's an easy handoff, typically about a 15 to 20-minute process when we get those there. So our goals is incarceration. We want to reduce that. We want to reduce our contacts with our mental health incidents. Our camp unit is working on a grant right now with a Connect to Protect grant with the Department of Justice. We were with our high utilizers, and we are actually giving them additional care and resources right now, and we've seen a 41% decrease in calls for service with those individuals. So we know that when we target those individuals with our camp units, they're getting the help, and that's less calls that we have to respond to with our patrol units and our mental health units. So our goals is our big issue right now is we don't want to duplicate a lot of our efforts with our unarmed response units that are being created by the mayor's office as well as Department of Mental Health. So we sit on numerous committees right now. We can try and come together with some type of a strategic goal and plan that we can communicate with each other, whether it's with our SMART units, whether it's with Access, whether it's the mayor's alternative crisis response teams, whether it's with the Circle program, so we can work with them so they can best utilize our resources and we're not duplicating our efforts. So that's a big push that we are working on right now. Next slide there, would you, Liz? So person with suspected having mental illness, a lot of our disengagement policy states, specific in our disengagement policy states that we shall call our MEMU triage desk to gain advice on the history of the subject, also gain advice from our watch commander who's monitoring our triage desk. A lot of that stuff, it's not a shall, but a lot of a good insight because of our history and we have experience there. We can gain valued perspective with these individuals out there that are suffering through a mental health crisis. We work hand in hand with our SWAT teams. When they respond to barricade suspects, we typically are responding with or prior to the SWAT teams to get some part of the CNT training going to see if our clinician can gain traction, gain insight, give a little bit of more knowledge and history to our subject that's out there working the field, and I'll share more about that in a minute. One thing that we try to train our patrol officers as well as our SMART units is secondhand and third-hand is information from a credible source, a valuable insight for us when we're responding for our units out there. So making sure we are doing the investigations and documenting that, calling back into our triage desk so that we can do an MEU report to gain a lot of this history, because our study shows that a lot of these individuals that are having mental health episodes, I mean, they're chronic callers and we have issues with that. One thing our goal is too is right now is we've talked about before with our partnership with D.D. Hirsch, our CREST partner with our 911 diversion. We have our calls, those calls come into our communication visions right off the bat, and that has helped decreasing our response to some of these calls that we get handled on the phone. Currently, we have about 1,100 of those calls that have been handled year to date, and that's 1,100 less calls that we have to respond to. They too also have a follow-up component where they have to provide a follow-up within 24 hours with those individuals that they've made contact with. And we are working with that entity too to make sure we don't have duplicated efforts and we know what those efforts are being handled with. A lot of our issues we come with, we're gonna go to our co-response policy. That started in February 2021. Instead of a secondary responding call, we respond simultaneously with our patrol units with those individuals who are suffering from mental health issues. That is key, because right now, if we can respond, we should not have a big delay in our response with these calls, these crisis calls. In 2023, we had approximately a 22-minute ETA responding to these calls, and we're proud to announce that year to date, we are 17 minutes. So we've had a 5-minute reduction in our response times with our co-response calls. One thing we wanted to make sure that we ensure here is when we respond to these calls, we act as a support to our patrol units that are at scene. Tactics is primary, the person's safety is primary, but we are there as a resource to assist in patrol. We are there to make sure that that individual has the background, the knowledge, and the history of prior contacts with this individual. But one thing that we try not to do is we try not to insert our clinician into an unsafe scene. So we want to make sure the scene is stabilized before our clinician gets inserted into it. If yesterday we had an incident that we responded to that our clinician was able to make contact with the subject via the cell phone and was able to gain traction and helped diffuse and de-escalate that situation that way. So we are working on not impeding the patrol resources, but act as a support and assisting them when we respond there. One thing we just wanted to share, and then we'll continue is, and we want to not take too much of your time, is currently right now, I just want to give you some statistics that as of this year, we've responded to 5,305 calls compared to 4,409 SMART calls last year, which is a 20% increase. I've already shared with you with our response time of 17 minutes. We've gained a key component, as we just heard earlier, from our Transit Services Bureau with our MEU units assisting on the transit system. We've had approximately 1,000 contacts we made with our population that might need our assistance on the trains and the rails. And one thing that we like to tout on is Detective Reyes this year. She's provided training to about 1,600 individuals compared to 1,000 individuals last year, which is a 62% increase with our trainings, whether it's through MHIT, with our community partners, with our communications division, our dispatchers. So it's a mirage of trainings that her unit, as well as our senior lead officers, help. And we've also made a push in getting our word out to our community partners, our community members with community outreach. And we've had over 1,600 hours of community outreach, which is almost a 62% increase compared to last year. So those are on our CompStat profile. So if you would like to see those there, you can see that there on those there, and we wanted to share that with you. But most importantly, we brought my partner here, who's over our clinicians, Baklu, who's going to be here for some answers, because a lot of times we get answers, we have to go back to DMH, so we brought DMH with us today. And I'd like to turn the remainder of the time over to the commander.
Thank you, John. No, just one thing to add on to it. In responding to calls, since 2021, we have been in a co-response model, so we'll dispatch simultaneously. But when our units get there, like John had indicated, they're a resource. There's one person in charge. So the incident commander is in charge. That's going to be the senior officer in the ACAR. When a sergeant shows up and relieves him, that sergeant's in charge. We're a resource to support that response. So there's one person in charge. We're not going to play games on we're engaging, they're not engaging. There's one person in charge of the scene, and that's how we run it. And so we're there to help. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Very comprehensive report with some very interesting data. So I'm going to defer to Vice President Shields. This is something that we talk about frequently, and allow her to ask questions and make comments.
Thank you all for being here and for the presentation. I think my questions, the primary questions I have, relate to the co-response model. One, having the dispatching simultaneously, is that only if dispatch meant, like, what are the keywords that will actually get you to be dispatched simultaneously?
Well, if it's going to rise to the level of a mental illness that's mentioned in the call, or it might require a hold, they'll dispatch an ACAR to respond to the radio call, and they'll dispatch an MEU smart unit to respond as well. The MEU smart unit will engage when it's safe to engage and when the scene's been rendered safe. So that patrol unit's going to arrive, render the scene safe. John had indicated, and Buck will elaborate on this if needed. We're not going to insert our DMH clinician into a hot zone until somebody's safely been detained and until the scene's rendered safe.
Okay, so the first step is making sure that our 911 operators use the phraseology about that there may be some type of mental illness that could potentially trigger a simultaneous response.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, John has worked with communications a great deal. I think John can elaborate on it a little bit, certain triggers that will cause the co-response model.
Correct, yeah, yes, ma'am. So as I alluded to in my conversation, a lot of the training with the police dispatchers is done by our MU training unit with Detective Reyes and her team that does that. Yes, it is certain phrases, and there's certain criteria that we have to meet, whether there's barricades and certain calls for service, individuals, if they're armed in public locations, if they are on a high level, overpass or a building, yes, we respond to. So it's not necessarily just the mental illness calls, but there's certain other calls that we have within the communications policy where we respond to as well with them.
Great, thank you. And great job kind of both increasing the number of calls that you're responding to and decreasing response times. That's, I think, very impactful because the more officers think that you'll respond in a timely fashion, the more likely they are also to use you as a resource. But going back to the question of like this whole concept of, we're not going to insert a clinician until it's safe to engage and the scene is rendered safe. On one slide, it mentioned that, they're there to assist patrol with de-escalation on the one hand, yet at the same time, de-escalation happens typically before the scene is rendered safe to approach. So how, and I'll tell you that the source of the most frustration that I've seen is, when we see a lot of these individuals with mental health crises, typically armed with an edged weapon, and people are yelling at them different commands or sometimes really trying to do their absolute best to try to de-escalate, but they don't have the tools to do so. Our initial reaction is, where is the mental health unit? So give me help with how do we deal with this, and how, if we can't do it currently, what model will get us to a clinician actually being able to help in that specific situation?
So I alluded to it a little bit. It'll be a co-response model. All the resources will respond, and there's going to be one person in charge. It's going to be the incident commander. As the incident commander sees fit, he'll rely, or she will rely on all the resources at scene. If it's going to be a DMH clinician, a CNT attempt, they may attempt that. It kind of depends on what the situation is going to call for, but it will be the incident commander directing or asking for advice or on something on that level. It won't be independent operators engaging the suspect. Well, let me rephrase that. It shouldn't be independent operators. We've all been to a radio call where there's 6 police officers and everybody is attempting to talk this person down, and there's no one person in charge of. There's no single one voice of reason that they can communicate with. It's like I equate it to a sergeant trying to deal with an unruly crowd. You're dealing with everybody, and there's no real leader you can negotiate with. So on that radio call, there's 6 police officers and 1 person, and there's nobody they're really talking to. So in that regard, there should be 1 person in charge. There should be 1 person communicating. This is all in a chaotic situation, and this is in a perfect world. But if you can lay down a nice, clean plan, have 1 person to communicate, and that shouldn't be the person in charge. And then, as needed, if MEU is at scene and there can be a resource, the incident commander can consult them and see how to best use them at the scene.
Oh, yes, of course.
So if I can just ask, I think, a clarifying question. So I think what we're trying to get at is you have a SMART team at scene, MEU officer and a clinician. I'm just going to give an example because I think this is what we're heading towards for the questioning. So you have somebody inside a residence or whatever that's suffering from mental illness, is armed. Will that clinician ever suggest or get involved with the incident commander, say, hey, I think I can talk to this person and help, or let's not do this, this is going to aggravate this person, using the clinician's expertise to de-escalate the situation? Will there ever be a point where the clinician is going to be assertive to interject with the incident commander? We understand the ICS structure and you have to have 1 incident commander, but what is that resource? What's the benefit of that resource being at scene during a situation like that is really the question.
So Chief, I will answer that, and then I'm going to defer the time to our partner with Bacalubit. So currently right now, yes, our clinicians can do that. Our clinicians have ballistic vests that the DMH has provided for them. So yes, they can go into those scenarios that are, when we say hot zones, we want to make sure, we want to try and keep them out of direct harm's way. But if we can do it safely, to where we can implement them and insert them into that de-escalation equation, absolutely. That is what they are here for. And a lot of our clinicians, the majority of them are, yes, they are willing to do that. We just need to make sure that they're not trained like we are as law enforcement sides. We have to do everything we can to make sure and still that we try to keep them as safe as we can.
Good morning. So I think the other strength that we offer is the history. So data collecting, looking at our MEU history, looking at DMH history, talking to family, figuring out what the trigger was, and trying to establish a rapport. So I think that's when we're going to scene, trying to figure out what we have. That's how we're going to engage the client, and I think that's where the de-escalation starts, knowing the history, knowing the triggers, knowing the buffers, if you will, the strength perspective, and also the support system, and work with what we have at that time.
And I guess the issue, going back to the chief's question though, is in terms of when there is a dynamic situation, because this is what I want to make sure everyone understands where the guardrails are. Like, can someone who with a mental health background, a clinician, intervene or just say like, look, like this person's, mental health or autistic or something, these lights are aggravating the situation, get the helicopter away. Doing all of these things that could potentially, that an officer's just in the moment, he wants the eyes on the bird, not thinking about that. Like, can those types of, it's bringing in potential tactics of how to deal with someone in a mental health crisis. Is that something that they can do?
They can do that. We've done that before in the past where CNT-trained clinicians have gone out there and engaged a client. And critical incidents, we have successes where we talk them off the ledge and talk them off barricade situations.
So then I think the next question is, are there times when they are at scene and they are underutilized? Meaning, if it's the incident commander's call, and the incident commander is kind of like, whatever, like this is my territory, this is all tactics, I don't care what these folks are doing, and I'm gonna handle the scene as I see fit. How often is that happening? Because if people are on scene, we wanna make sure they're at least being consulted to figure out in a dynamic situation whether there can be other options.
Let me answer that. I don't think it's fair for you guys because you don't have the operations data, but I think we know the answer to that because we're here today from what we see in our categoricals. So they are being underutilized. I think the mandate on certain of these calls is have a co-response, and that happens. But there's no mandate in our policy to utilize the resource that is there. It's another tool. It would be great to know how many of our clinicians are actually C&T trained, and then if that criteria is met at scene, that our incident commanders need to start thinking about leaning on them as a primary tool rather than the less lethal and the breaching tools and those other things. That's what I would like to see. So I think that answers your question. They are being underutilized, but again, I think it's important that we understand how many are C&T trained. I didn't realize that we had many that were C&T trained.
As of last year, I mean, we just worked with SWAT. Everybody has attended the 8-hour C&T course. And as soon as the SWAT school with the 40-hour C&T course is offered, then we'll have more slots in there. We work partnership with our SWAT units in that training. So right now, everybody has attended the 8-hour C&T course, and we're working on getting everybody to attend the 40-hour.
Thank you, Commissioner Calantre.
Thank you so much. I feel the same way. Like we're always talking about like how can we better engage our mental health unit because we do see a lot of these incidents that could have gone a different way. So I guess my question is more like, what are the challenges that you face that prevent us from either growing and I know one of them is the clinicians, but what are the challenges and barriers that you face as a unit or focus on mental health that if we remove these barriers, we could more effectively address some of the mental health calls or incidents? Because I think we're here to support, and we just want to hear from you that are out there doing this. Like what we usually, I know that you're always, when we get presentations, it's always like what we're doing well, right? But we really want to hear like what are the challenges and barriers so that we can work on those things to remove those barriers. So that's one. And then the other just comment is, and this is more like a DMH. I know a lot of clinicians that are in private practice or they're school psychologists or whatever, that if we were to create like a reserve unit of clinicians, would love to like do, two rotations a month to work with that. I mean, I know a lot of them because a lot of them are, yeah. So, so that's something that's possible. And I see you kind of, smiling. So maybe it is.
No, it's fun. We've actually looked into your second question. I'll respond to your second question first about putting together some pool of private practice individuals. The issue we're having right now is number one is we are working with our partnership with the Department of Mental Health clinicians, right? So we have to make sure there's a network that they have to work through. So that's through the Department of Mental Health, not with the police department.
So that's a barrier that I would love to hear.
That is a
then
barrier.
Something that we can reach out to our partners at DMH or at the county supervisors and stuff. But yeah.
Correct. That's what we're working with right now. We've actually looked at that. We've talked about internships with our school, working with USC, UCLA, with 16 other universities to create internships, to create that pool of refreshing new blood that wants to come in and be part of the field response. The issue we're having right now, we've reached out to certain groups, and I'm not going to say the groups on public name here, but we've reached out to them, and yes, we've asked them, hey, would you like to do this on a possible overtime basis to come work several shifts? You want us to come work field response, come out and work in the field, and we have some pushback on that. They would love to do it virtually, but field response, then they have a little issue with that right now, because right now that is a big issue we have right now with the COVID era that came in, with a lot of the telehealth options that are out there. A lot of these valued clinicians that are, whether they're in private practice or working other entities, they get the opportunity where they're paid more to stay at home and to do the same type of work. The individuals that we have are dedicated individuals that want to come out here and make a difference. And we bend over backwards for them because we know the value that we have with our clinicians. So it's wonderful that they do that. So we're trying every way possible to help build that pool with its Department of Mental Health and working with them to great valued partners. We've worked at trying to get together a working list with clinicians that we could tap into and use as a resource to come in and work, whether it be on a per diem basis or an overtime basis to come assist us.
I would love to help with that. I mean, even just thinking about, I have a lot of experience with clinicians and the work that I've done with young people. Even thinking about LAUSD has a few hundred school social workers that work, 8 to 4, right? They're in schools and they're dealing with all these, issues that young people have. I mean, that's a pool of folks. But I would love to have a conversation about like creating some sort of reserve team of clinicians, even just to train. I have folks say like, hey, LAPD should ask us to come do a training, because I'm around, those folks a lot. So I would love to talk to you more about that.
Just to kind of highlight so we're a national training site, so we are working with UCLA paramedic students. So believe it or not, we have 50 of them that we're coordinating, trying to do ride-along. We work with Presbyterian Indian Community Hospital with their family practice residents. We do ride-alongs all the time. So going back to Lieutenant Larson's comment, it's just trying to get the draw. Like we're looking for clinicians who are interested in field work, and crisis work is very difficult to sell. Private practice is easy. It's just coming out, working in the odd hours, and even weekends. So the struggle for us is asking clinicians to sacrifice their family life to work on Fridays and Saturdays. So that's our struggle right now, is trying to recruit for Wednesday through Saturday. Just to highlight, the good news is, starting February 2024, we had 15 vacancies. Right now, we're down to 7. So that's all good successes.
So just my other question is like, are there any like challenges that you would share so that we can think about like how to support? This is so really important to the commission.
I think, the biggest challenge we have is community resources, so hospitals, so drop-off. LT and I have been reaching out to our urgent cares, trying to bridge our relationships and trying to reduce our drop-offs. But we need more hospitals to really work with us on how to expedite the drop-off process. Because even at county, our wait time went from 1 hour to 3 hours to 4 hours. So we've got patrol and our smart units stuck at county hospitals because our private facilities are full. Our urgent care facilities are full. So we need more resources.
The resources on that end would be key. I mean, we've talked about it's the lack of resources. I mean, I know the department we're hiring, so of course we're down with our patrol officers, our smart officers. We're down there right now, and we're working on that. We understand that we're working simultaneously with our clinicians, because right now we're to the point right now, if they hire more clinicians, I mean, we're going to have to reach out to the chief and beg for more officers, and we do it on a monthly basis. We do like everybody else. But those are some of the barriers we're looking at. But also some of the barriers that we have is when it comes to, I think, I want to piggyback on what Bach said. We're all about time saving here, and we're a resource to help. We're a resource to help patrol officers save time. And that 3 hours time limit, or 4 hours when we get stuck at a county hospital, is key for all of us. And so that's why we are working with, feverishly to try and help reduce the wait times, develop those partnerships, not only for the SMART teams, but also for the patrol units. And one thing we're out there training, right, as soon as I'm done here, I'm heading over to supervisor school and training, making sure our supervisors know to not ruin those relationships with our hospitals. Because you ruin those relationships, they can make it a 5 to 6 hour wait, and we don't want that to happen. And so we're trying to make sure that, number one, everybody's trained up. Granted, we have 92% of our patrol force trained. That's still, there's 8% that we need to get trained up, and that's lieutenants and below. There's 500 lieutenants and below that haven't been trained up in that, so we're trying to get those individuals trained up. We are also trying to make sure that we have the resources when it comes to our vehicle fleets that are going out there and making sure that we respond in a timely manner. We have a couple of clinicians that worked on overtime that they've worked in the heat of our summer here, and our air conditioning went out and they refused to work anymore with us because sheriffs have brand new cars and we don't, right? So you see the little difference there of some of that. So making sure that our fleet, and we've been working with motor transport, and they've been working great with us, making sure our cars are constantly, our fleet's constantly working. So it's just developing a lot of these relationships and a lot of this you don't think matter to us or to the client, but making sure that our hospitals, our vehicles, our clinicians are trained up. I mean, those are just keys that we help to do that, and making sure our officers are trained to know that, hey, reaching out to us in a timely manner. If they don't get dispatched on a call, hey, this could be mental illness call. How can we reach out to SMART sooner than later to get us responding? And also making sure that, hey, get us on the phone and we can talk you through it as we're en route to the call. And just know, helping that our patrol resources that way.
Okay, this is really helpful. Last question about the, I guess, the wait time at hospitals. Is it because the officers have to stay there to, for lack of a better word, log somebody in
So when
that they're dropping off, or like what is the lag there?
Sorry for interrupting.
No,
but
no,
in
go
the
ahead.
process, when somebody takes as a officer, smart officer takes an individual to a hospital for a 5150 or mental evaluation, that's an evaluation. Right now, it is a request that our officers fill out, so it's not a guaranteed hold. So we fill out the request, the paperwork, and we give it to the doctor at the hospital, at the facility, and they're the ones that determine whether that individual is going to be held or whether that individual is going to be released up to the 72-hour hold. So that's why our officers have to stay with those individuals until that doctor reviews the paperwork and says, yes, we're going to hold them, or no, they are not. And you have anything else you want to add to that?
And then when the individuals have medical issues, so we often get bounced back from the medical side and the psych side because they're worried about the medical issues, and the doctors want us to stand by until they medical clear them, and then once they're medical clear, they're like, wait, you can't wait here, you have to go to the psych side. So that prolongs our stay, and making sure that they're safe and detained, and that there's a proper handoff. So.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I think there's like, with the proper resources, I think there's opportunities to kind of change those situations, because it doesn't make sense for an police officer that should be out patrolling or responding to calls to be in a hospital for 3 to 5 hours, kind of babysitting, right? So I think there's opportunity for systems to change a bit, but it's good to know this, because I think that in our everyday life, we interact with different folks that if we know these things, I think we could bring these up. But yeah, so that's super helpful. Not that we could do anything about that at this moment, but I think it's really important for us to know that information. So thank you for that. But yeah, so we'll not make sure that we keep our good relationships with hospitals so that we can get our officers out of there quicker. But yeah, thank you for that. It's really important to know. Wow. Okay. So those are my questions. Thank you for taking us on and for being so committed to this. I think this is the direction of I think for all of us, and for the mayor, for the city, the direction that we want to go and how we interact with citizens that need mental health support, so that they end up in proper care and not in jail or hurt. So, but thank you for everything.
Okay, any other questions or comments? So I'd like to just piggyback on Commissioner Calanche's compliments and support and thanks. Again, it's a very valuable resource that comes up every week that we are in closed session when we're talking about adjudicating categorical uses of force. It's an incredible tool, and as she mentioned earlier, if there are any barriers along the way that we can assist with as a commission, don't hesitate to come to us. So again, thank you all, and with that, what I'm going to do is, it's been almost 3 hours, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Let's come back at about 12:30, I'll take a couple, 12:35, and we'll take up the last item on regular agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Meeting will resume. We will now go to regular agenda item 4D, the Inspector General's report relative to a review of the department's field training program. And Chief, it's all yours.
Yep, we'll start. Good afternoon,
Okay,
Mr.
sorry.
President, Madam Vice President, Commissioner Calanche, Chief Choi, Executive Director Sibley, Madam Inspector General, and City Attorney De La Guerra. I'm Brian Buckner, Assistant Inspector General for the OIG's Audit Section. Before you today is the Office of the Inspector General's comprehensive review of the Los Angeles Police Department's field training program. This report reflects over 2 years of work by the OIG with continued support and collaboration from the department. With me today is Police Special Investigator Ben Goldblatt and Police Performance Auditor for John Gross-Didier, who unfortunately is behind us. We didn't have a chair for John, but that didn't mean he didn't make significant contributions to this project. I'll have more to say in just a second. I'd in fact like to extend my sincere thanks to the entire team involved in this project. Ben was the project lead, along with John, and we got contributions from Police Special Investigators Don McMullen, Manny Lopez, and Sam Colina, and we had quite a bit of support from former Inspector General Mark Smith. I want to give special recognition to Ben, who not only led this project, but also served as the lead author of the report and demonstrated exceptional leadership throughout the project. I'd also like to express our gratitude to the department for their consistent support and cooperation throughout the project, from the initial engagement to their response to our draft report and recommendations. Special thanks to Chief Choi, Deputy Chief Reyna, Captain Wang, and Sergeant Vic Hooper, who has been instrumental as the department's subject matter expert on the field training program and oversees the Field Training Officer Unit in Training Bureau. Finally, before I share a few comments on the report and hand it over to PSI Goldblatt, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my dear friend and former Assistant Inspector General Camelia Naguib, who initiated this project before her passing in the fall of 2022. Though she wasn't able to see it completed, I know she would be incredibly proud of the final report and everyone's contribution to it. She might have wanted the report to be a little bit longer, but I think she'd be extremely proud of it and the team. You'll hear more from Ben shortly, but it's important to highlight that the department's training program for its recruits and new police officers spans 18 months, divided into 3 distinct phases. The first phase is the Police Academy, a 24-week program for recruit officers. The second phase, which is the focus of this report, is another 24-week period where Academy graduates are placed with senior field training officers in a patrol assignment. The third phase provides continued support and instruction while on patrol, but without the probationary officer being paired with the training officer. The significance of this training program, again, particularly phase 2, cannot be overstated. It is during this phase that officers transition from the abstract lessons learned in the academy to applying them in real-world situations. The impact of this period on an officer's career is profound. It is a critical time that shapes their professional and personal development. It is therefore crucial for the department to maintain a robust program, which it does, and to ensure stringent oversight, including upholding rigorous standards for selecting and evaluating field training officers, as well as consistently tracking and incorporating feedback into the program. While the program is strong, there's always room for improvement. You'll hear more about our findings and recommendations for enhancements to ensure the program continues to meet its goals effectively. And lastly, before I turn it over to Ben, I'd also like to briefly acknowledge that we understand perceptions of the program may vary. Some of the findings in our report are based on survey responses from probationary police officers who shared their views on various aspects of the field training program, and we recognize that perceptions can change over time. And with more experience and time on the job, some of the challenging lessons learned during the academy and probation may take on a different meaning. These surveys provide a snapshot in time, capturing officers' perspectives immediately after completing an intense and crucial phase of their training. Despite being a momentary reflection, however, they offer valuable insights. We've carefully analyzed and presented those findings to you. We also recognize that the department did not agree with all of our recommendations, and that's perfectly okay. We've included the department's full response in the report, and where there were differences, we've provided the OIG's counter response. Our goal remains to foster a transparent and constructive dialogue to improve the program, an objective that both the OIG and the department share. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ben.
Thank you, Assistant Inspector General Buckner. It's a real privilege to be here today to talk to you about the Field Training Program review. Again, my name is Ben Goldblatt. Before discussing the objectives, methodology, findings, and recommendations, I want to provide some background on the field training program. The field training program is one of 3 phases that constitute the year-and-a-half probationary period when new officers start with the department. After graduation from the academy, new officers move to one of the department's 21 geographical areas for the field training program. The 24-week field training program, or FTP for short, is dedicated to patrol operations training under the mentorship of experienced and specially selected field training officers. The program is designed to support new officers as they transition from the academy's structured classroom setting to an environment where they're engaging in field work and working as patrol officers for the first time. Probationary officers are assigned a designated specific field training officer for a period of 8 weeks. Then they rotate to another field training officer and then have an additional field training officer specifically designated to them for the last 8 weeks of that 24-week total period. Who are field training officers? Field training officers are P3s who have been chosen through a selection process at the area level. Candidates can either transfer laterally from an existing P3 assignment or be upgraded from a P2 position. All sworn personnel who desire to be a field training officer must have 3 years of service with 2 years in a patrol and/or traffic assignment. Now I want to talk about the OIG's 4 main objectives for this project. The first was examining the current technology used in the field training program. The second was examining the overall performance and productivity of the field training program. The third was evaluating probationary officer perspective on field training officer training and overall performance. And then the last was evaluating the criteria and process for field training officer selection. I want to briefly touch on our methodology. I'm not going to go into too much detail. We do go into quite a bit of detail in the report, so I would encourage you to refer to the report for more information, but I did want to list out what we did in terms of the methodology. But before I do that, I did want to echo Assistant Inspector General Buckner's comments that the department was extremely helpful throughout the process. They were responsive to us. They were receptive to the fact that we were doing this review, and we appreciated their transparency throughout the course of these different steps in our research. So we conducted site visits. We made visits to 4 different areas across the department's 4 geographical bureaus. We also observed field training officer training, both the 40-hour certifying course that field training officers take when they first become field training officers, as well as the 24-hour update course, which they take every 3 years to remain active as field training officers. In addition, we reviewed probationary officer documents. We got a 54 file sample, or in other words, we requested probationary documents related to their ratings from 54 probationary officers across the department, and we evaluated those closely. A lot of our findings relate to those. We also looked at field training officer selection packages. At the time, there were 72 recent selection packages from the latest round of FTO selections, and we examined those closely as well. And then last, we engaged in a probationary officer survey that we administered at Police Science and Leadership, the idea being that that was close to the end of individuals' probationary period, and that there was insights that were fresh in their minds about their field training program experience. Let's move on to our findings. And so I'll talk about documentation first, because the documentation in particular provided insights on the overall performance and productivity of the field training program. One of the primary documents used to rate probationary officers in the field training program is called the P-Power, which stands for Probationary Police Officer Weekly Evaluation Report. On this form, probationary officers are evaluated across 30 distinct subcategories with daily performance assessments on things like report writing, driving skills, officer safety, and the like. Now, at the end of the week, their field training officer makes an overall assessment as to whether they performed in a satisfactory or an unsatisfactory manner. We evaluated the frequency of unsatisfactory ratings among our 54 probationary officer sample. We found that the occurrence of unsatisfactory ratings is low. However, we don't make a judgment on whether that is appropriate or not, but we do want to elevate some statistics on this front, and we note that even when looking at the statistics related to the low frequency of unsatisfactory ratings, there is a distinct difference across bureaus that we analyze. So, for example, in Valley Bureau, in 3.9% of weekly assessments we looked at, there was an unsatisfactory rating. In West Bureau, it was 2.9% of weeks. South Bureau, 2.7%. And lastly, Central Bureau was 0.7% of weeks where there was an unsatisfactory rating. We performed a similar analysis on the amount of remediation that probationary officers receive. Remediation minutes are reported on the P-Power as well. And like our review of unsatisfactory ratings, we note substantial differences between bureaus. The details of that are provided in the report. Now, I want to note that these differences that we identified are specifically related to our sample. We can't state this about the department as a whole, but the reason we did a random sample was to get a sense of what may be occurring at the larger level. Probationary officers acknowledge and accept their field training officer's assessment of their overall weekly performance, and they do so on the P-Power form that I've been discussing here with you today. If they disagree, they must check a box on their P-Power form and submit a supplemental form. It's called an employee's report, and they can outline the reasons for their disagreement. Now, the review of the 54 officers that I've been talking about, we looked at 1,200 P-Powers in the OIG as part of this project. It's a rough estimate, maybe 1,240, around there, 1,200 to 1,240, somewhere in there. And in not a single week did a probationary officer dispute their performance. That was interesting to us because there's clearly a tool that exists probationary officers did not dispute their performance. That was interesting to us because there's clearly a tool for probationary officers to kind of raise their hand and say they don't agree with how they're being assessed. And it was noteworthy that not in a single time out of that 1,200, those 1,200 weeks was that done. Moving on to our observations or findings related to field training officer selection, the OIG found that commanding officers prepare rationales to explain why they selected a candidate. These are letters essentially justifying the selection. However, we noted that the language in the letters was often vague. In many cases, we found commanding officers using identical letters and simply switching out the names of selected individuals. We also noted that the letters rarely included discussion of the field training officer's training ability. We also found it noteworthy that the lifespan of a selection list is only limited to 60 days for field training officers. That stood out to us because the time intensity associated with interviewing field training officers could take a week or more in some cases. So for it to only exist for 60 days stood out to us as maybe somewhat of a short period. Field training officers may be downgraded from their P3 rank and field training officer position to a police officer 2 level under certain circumstances. Department policy allows officers assigned as field training officers to be downgraded for acts or practices that would have disqualified them from selection as field training officers in the first place. So we inquired at the OIG the frequency of these downgrades. Now, we know there's several hundred field training officers, but we found it noteworthy that between January 2022 and April 2023, there were only 3 such instances of field training officer downgrades. The OIG also identified multiple cases where officers labeled as field training officers were not performing field training officer responsibilities. During a site visit to one area, we noticed officers were designated as field training officers who were not noted or were not partnered with probationary officers. We also identified the fact that it's often the case that P3s will attend a FTO school, the 40-hour course, for example, and they may not be doing so with the intention to be paired with probationary officers in the future. For example, we noted many senior lead officers and community relation officers at those schools, even though there was no plan in the future for them to work with probationary officers. So I want to turn to the discussion to a focus on technology. Most of the information I've provided you thus far was based on our analysis of documents and site visits. There is no centralized tracking system across the department's various field training program related initiatives and processes, not at the Office of Operations level and not at the training division level. Currently, each probationary officer's records, which are paper-based, are maintained at the area where their probation was completed. Data from these records is not aggregated or analyzed in conjunction with data from other probationary officers. In contrast, if information were input digitally, you could analyze it in real time. You could do an analysis, for instance, on things like I've discussed today, unsatisfactory rating trends, remediation frequency across bureaus, and whether the department was regularly assigning all field training officers to probationary officers. It would not require pulling samples of documents in the way that the OIG needed to do for this project. In addition, the data would not be limited to samples. You would have the full universe of information about all field training officers and all probationary officers. We did learn that there have been several attempts by the department to establish a centralized tracking system. Most recently, a contract expired in June of 2022. The department expended $630,000 roughly on a system that unfortunately ultimately did not go live. We do provide some details in the report regarding some of the issues that the department faced, including increased licensing costs and staffing hurdles, and we would encourage you to read some more information on the details there. So, excuse me. I'd now like to turn to the probationary officer perspective of the field training program and field training officer performance. Now, most of this information comes from our survey that we administered at the Police Science and Leadership. We obtained 134 survey responses through administering that survey on 3 occasions. The survey results overall indicate that probationary officers feel very positive about the field training program overall. 66% of respondents either somewhat agreed or strongly agreed that the program is well run. 77% of respondents either somewhat agreed or strongly agreed that the program is professional. 73% of respondents either somewhat agreed or strongly agreed that the program is organized. One outlier in responses to these questions relates to the following statement. Quote, "The field training program overall holds FTOs accountable who are not performing well." End quote. 40% strongly agreed or somewhat agreed with that statement. And while that is a significant number, we note that whereas in the other questions we were getting 60 and 70%, somewhat agreed or strongly agreed, in this case only 40% felt that way. We also had findings related to the transition from the academy to the field. Survey findings suggest a potential disconnect between the training provided at the academy and the guidance received during field training. For example, 55% of respondents in our survey stated that their FTOs or one or more of their FTOs told them to, quote, "forget everything you learned in the academy," end quote. Now, that's concerning to the OIG because we view those phases of the probationary period as complementary and that they should work together. We also had some noteworthy findings regarding what you might call traditions or rites of passage that probationary officers state that they experience. Of 134 respondents, 103 reported being directed by field training officers to observe traditions specifically because they were probationary officers. Out of this group, when questioned about the overall positive impact these traditions had on their probationary experience, 53 said yes, it was positive, and 50 said no, it was not positive. Further, when the 103 were questioned on whether these traditions amounted to hazing, 16 felt that they did, and the remainder, the other 87, did not feel it amounted to hazing. We asked a follow-up open-ended question, asking what specific traditions individuals were asked to follow during phase 2, specific to the fact that they were a probationary officer. We received several different responses, such as being required to shave their head, wearing a long-sleeve uniform throughout probation despite weather conditions, refraining from speaking unless addressed by a senior officer. And there are several others that we have outlined in the report. Of particular concern to the OIG was this restriction on speaking. There are many reasons why this one is concerning, including that it conflicts with active bystander training and the duty to intercede. Other concerns about this particular item are further discussed in the report. Respondents' opinions or probationary officers' opinions of the traditions varied widely. With respect to maintaining a shaved head, for example, one respondent said, quote, "I didn't enjoy that at all," end quote. Another respondent said the traditions included, quote, quote, allowing anyone to disrespect you and treat you like a child, end quote. Alternatively, others spoke favorably about following these traditions. One respondent stated, quote, all those traditions are fair. Coming from a military background, it is easy and humbling to go through them. Another stated, quote, I think this practice of incorporating traditions is necessary to maintain discipline, end quote. The OIG also sought to assess the degree to which probationary officers are aware of resources available to them. There, for instance, is a form that probationary officers can submit regarding their field training officer performance. So we learned early on in our research that it was rarely utilized, and that only literally a handful of them had been sent into the department for review. And we learned that only 35% of respondents were aware that these feedback forms existed, whereas 65% did not know that they existed. And lastly, as it relates to the survey, I want to talk about our results regarding field training officer training quality. And again, this is the perception of field training officer training quality from the probationary officers specifically. And overwhelmingly, they felt positive about their experience with field training officers. 88% of respondents either somewhat agreed or strongly agreed that their field training officers recognized when they did something well. 89% either somewhat agreed or strongly agreed that their field training officers provided fair feedback on performance. 84% either somewhat agreed or strongly agreed that their FTOs were good teachers. 77% either somewhat agreed or strongly agreed that FTOs provided helpful remediation when they struggled with a concept. We did note some interesting trends, however. Here's one of them. For example, 67% strongly agreed that their field training officers treated the public with dignity and respect, but when we rephrased the question to treated me or treated the probationary officer with dignity and respect, the result was 47%. So you see a gap there. The statement with one of the lowest levels of agreement was field training officers are passionate about working with new officers like me. That was noteworthy to us given that the core of the field training officer effort is training new officers. So in this case, 27% strongly agreed, 32% somewhat agreed, 26% were neutral, 10% somewhat agreed, and 7% strongly agreed. Now here again, the majority either strongly agreed or somewhat agreed, which is certainly positive. However, we note that this level of agreement in the responses is lower than we saw in other questions or other responses to our questions. We asked an open-ended question that read, what, if any, instances did you receive training or remediation from your FTO that was particularly effective or helpful? Respondents commonly referenced handcuffing, searches, talking through concepts or issues, and a litany of other examples. As explained by one respondent, quote, one of my FTOs would do scenarios with me to understand a concept. Another stated, my FTO showed me and clearly explained to me how to search for people when there is only 2 officers and a way we can keep everyone lined up to prevent an incident. Generally, these responses were positive, although we do note that they were not all positive, and we do describe some of them in our report. I now want to briefly turn to our recommendations. We do have 11 of them at the end of the report. The first, recommendation 1.1 and recommendation 1.2, those two are related. We are advising that the department update policy related to traditions or rites of passage to specifically ban behaviors that can be construed as hazing or disparate treatment towards probationary officers. 1.2 deals with updating training related to that policy update. And then we specifically encourage the department to identify the specific behaviors that should be banned as a result of the new policy. We are advising the department in recommendation 2.1 to implement a centralized tracking system. This will make an assessment of the field training program more efficient, comprehensive, timely, and just easier to work with overall from an administrative level and an assessment or audit perspective. Recommendation 2.2, we recommend compiling a current comprehensive list of all active and inactive field training officers across the department, including officers and other senior level equivalent positions who are field training officer trained and certified. And we're asking that that be submitted to the Office of the Inspector General. One of our challenges with this project is that we could figure out who the recent probationary officers were, but we couldn't figure out with certainty who all the field training officers were. And I know that there are some lists out there, but they weren't reliable for our purposes. And we think that the department would benefit from moving forward with this step of making a comprehensive list, even while the centralized tracking system has not been launched. We think that this is urgent. Recommendation 2.3, evaluate the competence and effectiveness of all active field training officers working with or soon to be working with probationary officers. As you saw from our survey, overwhelmingly, individuals feel positive, but there were some indications that there may be some troublesome performance issues, and it was also noteworthy to us that the frequency of downgrades is quite small given the size of the field training officer population. Recommendation 2.4, prepare a report analyzing the need for an optimal number of alternate FTOs to serve as replacements when primary field training officers are absent for any duration, and also submit that to the OIG. This will help with staff planning to ensure probationary officers receive full eight-week rotations with assigned FTOs. I did not go into a discussion on compliance with the 8-week rotations and how well the department is doing there in my discussion today, but we do go into that in more detail in the report. Recommendation 3.1, we're advising that Training Bureau circulate a notice that addresses several items that makes probationary officers, field training officers, and really anyone who intersects with the program aware of some core tenets or features of the program, and including that the department values the insights and perspectives of probationary officers. Something like that might encourage them to submit feedback forms, raising to their awareness that that employee report does exist where they can dispute a rating on their P-power. And there's a few other things that we do outline there in our recommendation 3.1. Moving on to recommendation 3.2, we advise that the field training officer unit personnel better obtain and evaluate feedback from probationary officers and then audit that process to ensure that it's effective. We think there could be improvements made from the current form that exists, but we found is largely not being submitted by probationary officers. Recommendation 4.1, incorporate a formal policy update within the field training officer schools, both the 40-hour introductory or certifying course and the 24-hour update course that ensures that field training officers are up to date on the latest policy that's been implemented in the department. Recommendation 5.1, provide a verbal presentation to this board on the field training officer selection. We think it would behoove the commission to hear more detail about the field training officer selection process, what attributes are sought for in field training officers, what experience should they have, and what potential processes could be incorporated specifically in terms of accountability. Our last recommendation, recommendation 6.1, we're encouraging the department to work with our office to conduct surveys of probationary officers every 6 months to essentially test the effectiveness of the implementation of these recommendations. And we look forward to working with the department on that, as well as implementing any of these other recommendations. And at this point, I'd like to hand it off to our representatives from the department. Chief Reyna.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to introduce Captain James Wang, Assistant Commanding Officer Training Division, and Sergeant Victor Hooper, who's our OIC of our Field Training Officer Unit based out of ARTC. A lot of information there, obviously, from the audit. I want to thank the Inspector General for the amount of time they put into this and the depth. I recall 2 years ago or so when they asked to be allowed to have this survey in our PSL class and working with the Protective League to have that implemented, and obviously it came to fruition with this information. So as it was stated earlier, we are in agreement of some things, we're in disagreement of others, but we are willing to and ready to work with the Inspector General's office on the recommendations and coming to a consensus on things that could be changed or could be improved. As always, as part of our core value, quality through continuous improvement, we're always looking to improve this program. We feel that we have a very robust and strong FTO program overall, but of course it's very large with a large agency, and we have over 2,041 FTOs in the department. Not all of them are field training officers that are training probation officers. You could have a P3, an FTO in an admin position or a vice position, but even if, for example, if half of those are P3s in the field training probationary officers, that's a lot of a lot of paperwork, a lot of people out there that are training overall for the department. So again, it's a very, very big program, but I think Sergeant Hooper and his team and our training coordinators and our P1 coordinators on divisional level do an incredible job of keeping that in track and moving forward. Just a couple things that I wanted to address. One, right off the bat, the LMS system. We have our learning management system, our e-learning system. It is antiquated, it is an outdated system. We did, as noted in the report, start a pilot program with a new CRM system to track probationary ratings and performance on an electronic level from the start moving forward. Unfortunately, the department as a whole assessed that, and there's some other things that were involved in that CRM for other department entities, and felt that it was too costly and wasn't very effective, so the department had terminated that contract. However, we are already working with our training coordinators and our training staff at Training Bureau, looking at different companies for a new LMS system. We are close to that. As you are aware, whether it's an RFP process or bidding process or a sole source, we're still working with the city attorney on that, of what our options are. We feel confident that we're close to moving forward with a company that will not only implement a software system that'll track probationary paperwork and performance from the start straight through, but also our in-service training where we can send out orders, we can send out videos, we can track who's getting what training straight through the in-service until someone retires from the department. So we're confident we're going to be moving forward with that very soon. I know there was issues regarding, they brought up regarding hazing. The department slightly disagreed when it came to hazing. We feel that the definition of hazing of dangerous or humiliating activity, in the definition of that, these things that were discussed in the report didn't necessarily rise to the level of hazing. However, we're obviously going to work with the Inspector General and the audit team to make sure we're looking deeper into the survey results that came back. But for example, the shaving of the head, I just wanted to bring up that we do have a grooming standard in the department. When they come into the academy, I'll just read a couple from our recruit manual for the Department Academy. Is all employees shall maintain their hair in a neat, clean, and well-groomed manner to reflect professionalism and business-like appearance. And it also goes on to state that there's an emphasis on grooming in the training environment for officer safety and hygiene purposes. So right off the bat, there is a standard of, say, for example, male, of it's not shaving bald, it's keeping the hair short, almost like a military type, for a multitude of reasons right from the start. That is in our manual. However, as it's been noted in the Inspector General's audit report, we will assess that, look for recommendations and report back on that. I do want to talk about, there's some talk with the selection of FTOs and the performance of FTOs. We feel we have a very robust system in place of advertising for people to put in for that FTO position. They're evaluated. There's questions that are made up by our personnel division. They're not made up by the division that's asking for that FTO position. The evaluators and raters have to take notes, and they decide, they rank these individuals. They go and they meet with that lieutenant, they meet with that commanding officer, and it kind of works its way up the chain of levels of review for those individuals. I know there's discussion in their audit about what training do they bring, what experiences do they bring. That is all evaluated in that selection process. However, just because an individual may have a lot of training, whether if they were a gang officer or they were working a special problems unit and they bring something different to the table, it doesn't mean that that person is the right person for the job. Other people could have different experiences, and we want to be very diverse. We want to be equitable when it comes to our selections of that. So we look at those things overall as a whole person concept of who is selected, and taking into account their background, disciplinary histories, and things like that. And then a final selection is made usually by that commanding officer of that division. And just to touch on a couple other things, I know there was discussion about FTOs in divisions that aren't with probationary officers. For example, in Central Division, as a former commanding officer of Central, you have a mid-watch that are footbeat officers. These were designated years ago to have P3 authority, be footbeat officers, and out on the streets of downtown Los Angeles walking a footbeat. It's not conducive to have those individuals training a phase 2 probationer because the call volume is very low for those individuals. They're walking a footbeat, they're not necessarily responding to calls, they're not making arrests, they're not impounding cars, writing citations. It's more of a community engagement and visibility and being present for the community. So, however, when probation officers move into phase 3 in their latter part of their probation, they are assigned to these individuals. They are assigned to their senior lead officers in certain divisions. So they get that different experience as they're rounding out their probationary period. So they do their phase 2 with their field trained officer as that structured learning, and that phase 3, they are working with different entities in the divisions. For example, Central, working with the senior lead officer for a month, working with a footbeat officer, just to get a different perspective, different community engagement, different understanding of the things that we do as a department. So there may be FTOs, but not necessarily assigned a probation officer in the phase 2, but they could be assigned in that phase 3 performance later. And then one other thing I just want to touch on, because there's a lot of information here, the deselection or the downgrading of an FTO. Normally, that occurs due to disciplinary issues or issues of an egregious nature. There is rules that we have to follow. We have to work with our employee relations group. We also have to assure that the union that's going to be involved in that's going to be looking at and the protections of that officer to make sure that we're doing this correctly if we feel that an officer's conduct rises to the level where they should be deselected from that FTO position. So they spoke about only 2 or 3 cases. Usually it's because of disciplinary action that rises to that level that brings them down. There could be an officer who has an issue that could receive a notice to correct, it could receive a comment card, but it's not rising to the level where they should be deselected in FTO. Could be additional training, could be a counseling session with their supervisor who runs that shift. However, just because the numbers are low in the deselection overall doesn't mean that we're not addressing issues for FTOs that may have issues out there. So it is addressed. We do evaluate our FTOs. They do have a standard-based assessment. They meet with their sergeants that are overseeing that den. There is feedback that comes back to our supervisors regarding that FTO, and if they need additional training or if they need counseling, we do that. So, but going down the road of simply deselecting an FTO because of performance is something that we'd have to obviously involve our employee relations group and involve the union for a meet and confer if we're going to put something in writing about those process to go ahead and downgrade them based on performance. Anything that you want to add onto that, James? Anything I'm missing?
No, that's it.
Okay. And lastly, they did talk about a system to implement when new policy comes into effect for FTOs. Again, our LMS system is there. All department employees get those new policies immediately. Instructors in our FTO school, instructors in our FTO update will get those, the new policy. For example, our policy on high-risk stops when it comes to stolen vehicles. The notice went out to department employees via email. The notice is going out through our learning management system. There's a training video that went out. The course coordinators for our field training officer unit and for the school and for the basic update school are modifying the course to make sure that the curriculum is up to date with the current law. So those things are implemented almost immediately when there's a change in law or a change in policy to make sure and ensure everyone is following the rules. And then there was one other thing there that they talked about, forget what you learned. That comment that was made in their survey that FTOs say, forget what you learned. Although the comment may have been made, we're in disagreement that the FTOs are simply scrapping anything that was learned in the academy and training on their own. And that's evident by the body-worn video that you see, the things that you see every day in our use of force reports, the way we do a felony stop, the way we handcuff people, the way we search people, the way we set up our perimeters, the way we complete our reports is exactly the same way as taught in the academy. So if they're saying that in the field, obviously they shouldn't be saying scrap everything you've learned and I'm going to teach you differently. It's the same concepts, the same tactics, the same policy and procedure that we're following. They may have a different perspective on it. They may give a little extra train here, a little twist there, but it's the concept and the foundation of that training remains the same in the field. If we're made aware of a FTO that's completely changing the training and doing something different, then obviously it's brought to the attention of that command or FTO unit, and we'll address that immediately. Anything else? Yep. No. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you for acknowledging and my deepest condolences for your colleague who certainly would have been proud of this report. It's excellent work, and appreciate everyone working on it, appreciate everyone collaborating on the recommendations to see that we can hold the department accountable and with a certain amount of transparency, understand what we have to do here together. So appreciate that. And Chief, thank you for clarifying. I mean, that's the same statement I heard coming out of the academy more than 40 years ago. And when I became an FTO later, I made sure I never said it. But I've certainly heard it. So I was a little surprised to see it 40 some odd years later, but I'm glad that it's not a practice. I have some questions, and if you cannot answer them today, we can certainly get them back to us. But I do have some questions. So if we go to page 5 of the report where we talk about, we have 248 hours that focus on LAPD-specific training in addition to post. And page 5, you talk about human relations training. What exactly does that cover? And as a second part to that question, as you're looking to page 5, I want to know if there's any community relations training that's part of that human relations, or is that something different? Sure. Let's see. Page 5, paragraph 1, 2, second paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sixth line, this line starts with training period. The academy includes instruction in law, department policy, human relations, emergency vehicle driving, tactics, use of force, etc. After the comment about,
No, different 5.
Yeah, it's overall.
oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
yes.
page
Oh,
5,
looking
I'm
at the wrong
sorry, I'm
page,
looking at our PDF, so. Page 2 of the report, apologies. Under background, Roman numeral 2, background? Okay. In the paragraph that begins phase 1, also known as the academy. If you look down at the 6th line,
Yeah, sir. Just to confirm, your question is regarding what is the human relations training component?
yeah, I'm just curious about when you say human relations, what exactly are we referring to?
When you look at human relations, it's actually our interactions with the public as police officers, investigations, how to communicate effectively. As you've heard already, it's really a foundational expansion of the patrol concept for de-escalation and lines of communication. It's how we work with victims of crimes, understand victimology, understanding suspects' behavior, and also how to still get compliance. And it's how to also interact with each other as a team and working with people in the population, officers working with each other, and also working with other community resources and groups.
Excellent.
And if I can add, Commissioner, there's also a component in there where GRID comes in with GRID workers and have discussions with the recruits. And there's also a days of dialogue type situation where we have members of the community, former gang members, sitting with the recruit officers and having conversations about interactions, previous interactions, historical perspective, things like that. That's part of that human relations also.
Great, thank you. What I'll do is, and I'll refer to the page number instead of the PDF number. So let me find it first. It's page 13 on my PDF, which is page 10 of the report under document review. And again, many of these questions I have are just yes or no. Document review, the second paragraph, documents related to a probationary officer, often kept in what's referred to as a probationary officer book. I just want to know, is that a physical book, or do we have something more modern?
It is a physical book, yes.
Okay, that's a problem.
It is, and that's what we're hoping with the new software and the new system that we go electronic with that. And the P-powers, the ratings are kept with the officer's personnel package throughout their career. So if you pull my personnel package from 1997, you'll see my probationary ratings still in there. So they do stay with the personnel package throughout.
Okay. Page 18. Sorry, I have to flip back and forth between PDF and, so it's page 15 in the report. If you go down to item 4A, probationary officer related findings, the highest proportion was found in Operations West Bureau with 33%. So my question is, did anybody take a look at that? I mean, if you got 33% of one bureau having probationary officers with one or more unsatisfactory ratings, you know what they say about coincidence, that would seem somewhat alarming to me, that a third of our probationary officers have unsatisfactory ratings in one bureau as opposed to the other three. Is there a reason for that? Or are those TOs grading differently?
I don't know if they're necessarily grading differently. I may want to turn over to Sergeant Hooper, who, when probation officers get unsatisfactory ratings, is when his team becomes involved.
Okay.
Yes, sir. They are all should be graded evenly, but of course it's a human that's grading them, so there's variance between that. After one unsatisfactory rating, all that's triggered is a remediation possible from the division. And sometimes, if someone's not meeting standard, they need to be made aware through an unsatisfactory rating, so they can bring up their standard to that of a police officer and be able to professionally and coherently operate on their own at their probation.
Okay, I understand. I mean, for example, if we had an academy class and a third of those recruits didn't qualify in a range, that would be something we would look at. And I'm just trying to understand here, a third of the probationary officers are unsatisfactory in one bureau. Again, to me, that just jumps out. Now, if that's something that happens, fine, but I just want to understand that that's something that happens and not a particular issue with that bureau holding them to a higher standard, which gives them an unsatisfactory rating. Whereas if they had been in another bureau, they may not have been unsatisfactory. And I'm trying to say this in fairness to the probationary officers.
Sure, absolutely. That's something obviously we can look into and work with Inspector General's office and looking into and trying to determine, especially with, obviously they pull these weekly ratings and getting these statistics, so we can take a look at that to see exactly what was the trigger for such a high percentage. Was it an anomaly or is it just there's something going on in that bureau, obviously.
Okay, thank you. And again, these aren't criticisms. These are just observations that anybody look at this report that kind of pique your curiosity. Next page. We had, of your P-Power documents, out of 1,200, no one had a response to, let me make sure I have it here. We had 0 out of 1,200 probationary officers decided to respond to an adverse rating. That's impossible. That's a problem. Either they're in fear or some other condition that's taking place where they feel like it's not appropriate. Perhaps they think it's going to be retaliation, but 0 or culture. But at 0 out of 1,200, we should be looking at that. They don't feel comfortable doing it, obviously. Anybody disagree? Please, I'm open to debate.
No, we're in agreement, sir, that obviously that stands out. I know that anytime a probationary officer gets an unsatisfactory rating in a division, they're going to meet with that den sergeant and have that opportunity to have that conversation regarding the unsatisfactory rating and what needs to be done, and an opportunity to have a conversation with the supervisor after they're served that. However, we could go back and look at that and make sure that probationary officers are aware. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, sir?
Yes, sir. With the implementation of a digital format, as we've been discussing and attempting to implement, that becomes much easier to do because it would be a two-way road. As of now, through the P-Power, you simply see how the FTO is rating the probationer, but through a digital format, you'd be able to more easily see how the probationer is rating the FTO. So we have the potential for go both ways as soon as we secure a program that can actually function the way we'd like.
But again, as Commissioner Calanche mentioned, there's a culture issue we need to address. I mean, I noticed in the beginning of this report, drill instructors training officers all tell these probationary officers, you have the ability to respond to it, and they don't. There's a reason they're not doing it. I don't know what it is, but
And Commissioner, that's one of the reasons why we made the recommendation to regularly survey the officers graduating from the academy, but also the graduating from Phase 2, because, I mean, of course, we'll work with the department to help change or shift the culture so that probationary officers feel more comfortable in providing that feedback. Again, we don't and are not commenting on the reasons why they are not, but are just making the observation that they did not in the sample that we reviewed. But until that culture shifts, we wanted to try and find other ways to try and get that feedback, because we believe that feedback on their specific FTO performance, but on the program performance overall was pretty important. And the department, to their credit, agreed with that recommendation.
And we do, Commissioner, we agree that in the interim of coming up with a QR code that where they can evaluate at the end of the academy, and then also, for example, coming back for the PSL portion, we had the QR code for their survey, but have a QR code so they can talk about their experiences in the field training portion of their probation until we can get the software, which would allow them to simply just respond, most likely anonymously, hopefully anonymously, to allow them to respond for their grading or evaluation of those FTOs.
okay, thank you. And again, I've only got two more, so appreciate your consideration and your patience. So it's page 24 of the PDF, which is page 21 of the report. We had 3 downgrades. One was for a racial comment, and that officer is no longer with this department. But I understand the other two remaining officers are slated for board of right hearings this year. We'd like to know the outcome of those hearings, based on what we read about why the downgrades occurred.
Yes, sir, we can get that.
And the last one I have has been addressed. I hope we're going to do a better job before we spend almost $630,000 of deciding on a company to do this, because that's a lot of money to decide down the road this isn't working. And we still have nothing. It's no one's fault who's sitting here, but we need a better system of, obviously, review, procurement. Any software, I'm preaching to the choir, that you buy today, if you're not looking 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead if possible, at least 5, it's obsolete next week. So we just need, this is a really important system. This is the future of this department. These officers are being trained, and we've got to be able to track them, and we don't want to lose them. And we certainly don't want to lose them because we're documenting things in notebooks.
If I could, I agree, absolutely. And there is a committee that's been working on this for almost 2 years now, trying to get the right software, the right company, what we're looking for in this software from start to finish, because there's a lot at stake here, not just the probationary paperwork, but all our in-service LMS type training that's critical, especially when you're changing a policy on a Monday and you need to get it out that afternoon. We can get it to them and ensure that they acknowledge it and they understand it, testing, videos, whatever it may be that we need. There is a very diverse group on that subcommittee that's looking at that, from our structural design unit or police training education to training officers to Sergeant Hooper to others from IT, looking at that to make sure that we get the best software and we don't go down that road that the department did years ago. So.
Well, again, thank everyone for their efforts. And I've said this before I deferred to Vice President Shields. There is no perfect software, and whatever you buy this month is obsolete next week. So we'll keep doing that, as I've seen other systems, particularly as it relates to national security in this country, where they're trying to get the best for interoperability, and after 5 years, they never get it because they keep trying to get the best. If you go out of the store today with a phone, next month there's a better phone. So let's just keep that in mind as because I'm hearing now we're 2 years into this. We need to do this. We got to pull the trigger, no pun intended. We've got to decide what's best for us, be able to sustain it, and make it work. And if somebody else has something better next year, but ours is working, we'll keep working with it, okay? But thank everyone for their efforts and being very diligent, obviously, because of what happened before, but they're not gonna find the perfect software. Let's find what's best for us, and you'll have our support. So, Vice President Shields.
Thank you first for the Inspector General's office for such a comprehensive and I'd imagine very time-consuming, but very worthwhile endeavor here. You know, when we talk about culture and, you know, what's the culture in the department, and people talk about, you know, it starts at the top, it's the tone at the top matters, of course. But I will tell you, the people at the bottom also make a huge difference, right? So the people, whether it's the field training officers or the sergeants, they have a major impact on the culture of the department. And so that's why I think it's so important that we focus on that role and make sure that everyone is being held to the standard that we all would be proud of. And it's good to hear that, you know, the vast majority of probationers find this whole process, you know, positive. And it sounds like we have a, you know, best in class type of program, but it's just a matter of making sure we identify those who may be falling short, or just not everyone is meant to be a trainer. And not everyone is the best mechanic can be a great mechanic, and they could be a terrible person at teaching another person how to be a great mechanic, right? So we should be, I think, making sure that we are monitoring this. And I do have concern, like there's like, did you mention over 2,000 field training officers or designated?
Well, for police officer 3 level for the department, I looked this morning, is 2,041. But that doesn't mean they're all field training officers.
Okay.
Again, you could have a P3 in vice, you could have a
Yeah.
P3 in admin. I don't have the exact number of FTOs. I don't know if Sergeant Hooper has. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, because I think that makes a difference, right? I'm not talking about all P3s, but mostly ones who are actually designated as an FTO. If you are designated as a field training officer and not actually engaged in that, or has been one for a long time and just has never been called to be either phase 2 or phase 3, I think we need to be reevaluating that. I think that's unfair for all those who have that designation and are dedicating themselves to training the next generation. And so I do think we need to look at that list and track it even before we get the centralized tracking system. With regards, a couple of things, I know it's been a very long day already, but I am prepared to adopt all of the recommendations that the Inspector General has identified, with some potential modifications, and at least working with the department as to what certain things would look like. So, for example, I do think that, you know, having a more concrete hazing policy, it doesn't have to be inclusive of every potential conduct, but it can better identify certain behavior that would constitute hazing, I think is good for everyone within the department. It's all about fair notice, due process. If they know that this is going to be decided as hazing, they should know that at the outset. Probationers should know that at the outset, and we should have that debate at the outset as to whether shaving of heads, is that hazing or is that not? As opposed to someone does it down the road and then we say, oh, by the way, that was hazing. And there's not a clear direction of what everyone views as hazing. And I will tell you, I believe the LA Fire Department has a whole manual on anti-discrimination and anti-hazing conduct, and itemizes a number of different things. It does include shaving of the head. So I would like us to look at that. I would like the department to come with a proposal for a more robust definition for the hazing policy that itemizes certain behavior that whether the Inspector General's office has identified, or looking at our counterparts at other departments, or the fire department for examples of things that are recurring conduct that could qualify as hazing. So I do think that we do need to look at a more robust definition there. So I think that will be an action item that I'd like to see come back to the commission. And I will also mention both, the issue of, forget everything you've learned in the academy. Again, no one should be saying that, whether or not they have a different intent and they're actually, that's just one that doesn't speak of respecting the command, respecting what they're learning, and respecting the policies, procedures, and everything coming out of the department. And I wouldn't want someone like that training our next generation. So that in and of itself, I think if we have more robust feedback forms, we hopefully will be able to identify people who have those types of sentiments. But I also just wanted to highlight one additional thing that I wanted to amplify coming from the Inspector General's office. This concept of refrain from talking, refrain from speaking until you're spoken to is a dangerous process. It's it is counter to the department's ABLE training, right? Active bystander training, where you want to empower every person, even the lowest of low on the totem pole. They can have the right answer, and they can remind people to or intervene in a way that can actually de-escalate a situation. So I do think and thank you for calling that out, both with regards to bystander intervention and also the duty to intercede. If they are told at the outset that you are just there to watch and observe and don't talk and don't do anything, then they're going to have a lot harder of a time both interceding or reporting potential misconduct that they observe. And that's not the message that we want to be sending to the officers. So thank you for the report. I do think it was comprehensive. And again, I think the recommendations that you've come up with have, I'm supportive of them.
Thank you. Commissioner Clanche.
Thank you. I'll just add a little bit more, not to belabor. Thank you for the report. I don't see it as a punitive thing. I see it as an opportunity to enhance what we, for the most part, are doing well. So I see opportunities to just strengthen our program. I am concerned that there isn't a list of field training officers.
I don't have the list. There could be a list of the 2,041, which ones are field training officers in the field. We can run and know who's field trained officer certified, who's been to the school. That's easy. But how many are actually in operations?
But doesn't that worry you that we don't know? That you're telling me that you don't know exactly like who's, so that worries me.
You say, I just don't have the list.
Somebody has a list?
I'd say
And Commissioner, that changes every 28 days. That list will constantly change, and that is, unless we have a system that can do that, that's good, just so you know, that's gonna be very labor intensive.
Why does it change every 28 days?
Because there's a transfer.
So
and
somebody transfer.
Somebody will go to
So I
vice,
guess that
somebody will
was
come back
my,
as the
okay.
FTO, somebody get promoted. Every 28 days, that list will transfer.
So you could, for hypothetically, let's say you have 100 FTOs in operations, and in 28 days, 10 of those people promote, and 5 of those take a P3 position in an admin spot. Now you're down to 85. So it constantly changes every 28 days. So like Chief Choi saying, it's gonna be very labor intensive to keep that list going.
Does each division know who their field training officers
Absolutely.
are?
Absolutely.
So if you kind of did like even a Google form, like list your field training officers for, I mean, I'm just saying like, but in the meantime, we need to figure something out, right? Just so we know. So that's one of the things. The other, just more for information, my own information and knowledge. What is the tenure of, the average tenure of a field training officer? Do most field training officers stay for a long time, or are they the ones that promote out to sergeant, or what's
I can tell you, it depends, ma'am. A minimum of 3 years, as a police officer is what they have to be, but it depends. We just had a class where an officer was 25 years and it just become
So I mean, like, how long do they stay as field training officers?
I don't have the specific data on how long they stay as a P3. Some their entire careers after becoming, and
Yeah,
some
that's what I was-
move up detectives or sergeant.
Okay. That would be interesting to know too. Because I mean, my theory or hypothesis is that the longer they stay, the more set in their ways are. And these are the folks that are training our new, officers. And we see ourselves sometimes in closed session where the probationer or the P1 is sometimes like has the most like current knowledge of policy, right? So we see that. So there's opportunities even for that dialogue between the P1 and the training officer.
Commissioner Kalanche, I'll just note that in our report, we specify that of the 72 field training officers that were selected, that we reviewed, their average tenure was 12 years with the department. But we only knew that because we looked at their specific information. That's something that we couldn't pull, on a global scale or across the department, rather, because of just lack of information as to who is and
Okay,
who's
so there's
not
a
a
lot,
field training officer.
So obviously there's a lot of information that we'd want to extrapolate from like, knowing all the information. So I'm just glad that we're gonna move in that direction, to be able to look at these trends, to look at, what the program looks like, what works, what doesn't. So this is an opportunity to like move in that direction. So thank you again for the report. I won't belabor it, but thanks for the report. Learned a lot about the program. And I know that P1s or probationers, when they graduate the academy, because during inspection, we get to meet them, and they're so thrilled and eager to learn. Especially in their first assignment. So I would want to make sure that we have the best of the best, that the training officers are passionate, as your survey asked, are passionate, want to train them, because what they get in their first assignment really will set the foundation for the future. So I appreciate this report, and I appreciate that the department is working with the Inspector General's office to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, this is obviously very important, and that's the reason we're spending the time. We appreciate the work you've done. What impresses me most is that we've had some findings. We responded to the findings. Where we have deficiencies, we'll work together to fix them. So the collaboration is really appreciated. And we expect this kind of report out of the OIG's office, and we expect and get the kind of support you have for what they do. So thank you again. Very important. So with that, what I'm going to do is move that we approve the Inspector General's report and accept the recommendations in the report. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you all, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. The commission will now recess into closed session. Thank you very much.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss item numbers 5A, B, and C in accordance to Government Code 54957.
The commission has concluded closed session. We'll have a report out by Executive Director Sibley. Sir?
Thank you, Commissioners. So item 5A, at the regular meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners on October 8th, 2024, during the closed session, the board made the following findings by a 3-0 vote. 5A1, which is an in-custody death, 061-23 for tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Lieutenant 1 and 4 police officers 2, and administrative disapproval for 1 Sergeant 1 and 1 police officer 2. For drawing and exhibition of a firearm, in policy, no further action, 5 police officers 2, and for intermediate use of force, in policy, no further action, 3 police officers 2. Moving on to item 5A2, also by a 3-0 vote. This is a canine contact requiring hospitalization, case number 063-23. For the canine deployment, consistent with established criteria, 1 police officer 3. For the canine contact, consistent with established criteria, 1 police officer 3. And for post-canine contact procedures, consistent with established criteria, 1 police officer 3. For item 5B1, the matter was adjudicated, and for item 5B2, the matter was adjudicated, and for item 5C1, the item was discussed. And that concludes the report out.
Thank you, sir. I would like to move to adjourn today's meeting. Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.